Yeah, we're just doing the usual setup, if you will. As is always the case, skip ahead a couple minutes if you do not wish to listen to that. But if you do, I'm here. Happy to chat. Tell the Discord that I am in fact doing the streamu. Remember yesterday I didn't bother to thumbs up my own stuff. That's how sad I was about it. Not necessarily sad, I just didn't think about it. But I can tell you right now, that lowers your view count. It doesn't recommend your stuff as much. It's really weird. The chat message up. Huh. What an interesting track. Not sure it's exactly what I would use for the game, but maybe. Google's all like, you should give us payment information. But you're nowhere close to the thing to actually get paid out, so you know. Nor do I actually have ad monetization, so they're like, when you go to $100, I think I'm at 15 or something. I need to verify your identity. But you don't even pay me yet, guys. What the hell? Getting 1,000 subs on YouTube is apparently very difficult when you're doing game dev. To be fair, it's not like I was really focused on it, on being, you know, a YouTuber. I just wanted to talk to people while I do my game. Which is not the best way to get subs. I mean, it sort of works, kinda. I've been at this for years, so I don't know about that. Well, for a while I was using, you know, RPG Maker, so that's kind of also, it's probably holding me back. Don't do that to yourself. It's not a good plan. Just, nah. Okay, that should be everything I need. Probably. I guess I need my notes. Probably handy to keep track of what I was doing. I was largely just working on this. Adjust this a little bit. What I was doing down here. I mean, I guess I want the way down to be into here.
and largely just make it where you go across the water here. So I'm not sure I need more rocks over here at all. Like, if that's the plan, I guess I should unblock chat so I can actually see what people chatting, you know? I'm gonna make it easier to see because it's just a pain right now. Nothing makes me feel more blind than that. And if I'm putting the clam there and the clam there, then I could put the button inside of a clam. That's true. Just continuing the clam. No, actually I like the way the button hits the things. Never mind. I like that. So I need this one here. I just don't think I need the rest of this. So it's just going to be like, you know, more fish tanky things this way, and then the pillars kind of holding stuff up. And then a secret little pathway in here where I'm probably getting rid of 90% of this crap here. I think. Or maybe I'll let you run around in here, because the simple reality is that once you have the Emperor, you can just run around. I kind of want this pipe to go somewhere, but where? I mean, it could go down. Yeah, okay, it's not going to that room. No. That's right, everyone. You can see the final room in the game. Looks great, doesn't it? Oh, I don't have a layer loaded. Sucks to be you, huh? Doesn't it? I may yet make a room after it. It's true. Creepy areas. Huh. Why aren't you in your little thing? Are you in something else? Ah, I see. Nope. Oh my god, Omega spoilers there. Nah, at this point I could swirl all kinds of rooms, because the reality is I'm going to... By the time I get there, things will change so much that it won't even be accurate anyway. There'll be some story spoilers, I guess. At some point you'll realize how horrifying some of the things actually are that are going on in the game. Like, they're not... Good stuff's not going on, okay? Put it that way. Why are you so high up? Did I move this down or something? Is that a thing that happened? Huh. I don't get why those are so... Okay, well, that was not what I wanted here. Let's just go ahead and copy the same thing from this one here. I don't know why you're so high up. Should not be. Yeah, it was just bizarrely high up. It also sticks out super far. I'm not sure I want that. But I guess it's sticking out super far. You know what? No, I do want this. I want it entirely, because screw these tables, right? I don't want these. No. I'm thinking more we could just have chairs staring out at the water, right? And they could eat at the thing. So this sticks out farther like a table. And I just put some like pillars under it to hold it up. The goodie box is probably getting moved somewhere, of course. I just put one here to remind myself that goodie boxes are a thing, but... I definitely like the idea there. And over here I probably do the same, which means I need to make that lower. So then you can just look out at the little water things it's doing it. It's pretty hard to kind of see through that. I guess at night it's a little easier. Is it? not the easiest to see through the sides. There might be an argument for having a different thing for the water sides instead. And going back to the old one where you could see better underwater. But maybe not. But yeah, I'm definitely going to rotate these so that they're facing here now. Turn this into a table setup. Just something that's like got more variety to it, you know? Because all too often I don't have enough variety to my stuff, and I want that. Also, the table and chairs are my universal hack where I just put them there and then, you know, deal with it later. That's pretty much the strategy, universal hack strat. This is like super the wrong type of music for this game. I can't think of a single happy upbeat scenario in this game. That's wrong. There is a good ending. That is true. There is a good ending. You aren't always screwed in my world. Though I highly doubt people suspect what the ending will really be. If you knew, you would look at the game differently. Actually, I don't know if that's true. You would probably look at the game still very similarly, honestly. I just don't think people suspect what the ending is. But maybe they will. Yeah, I guess I want this to be about the same height. This isn't actually tied to that, so I can kind of match them. Kind of. Since that's like one combined thing, that's a little crappy, but this is roughly the right height. Roughly, but I also don't want it to go in the ground too far. Well, I guess if it goes in the wall, I don't care. Well, I can't have it sticking out of that. That's not gonna work. It's gotta go up a little. I could squish it too. It's fine. It wouldn't be like the end of the world if I squished it. I'm gonna put this at, I don't know why I didn't think of this earlier. I just take this, height this is at, and then put this thing at the same height that it's there, and then just move this so that it matches. And then my problem is solved. 6 down longer than farther than I want, but that's fine. I swear I'm using shadow people somewhere in here too already, or potentially have it. Shadow people. Am I using shadow people? Maybe. Maybe I'm not. I remember liking it, but then not being certain I truly like it. Because this part's terrible. But the early part was really good. This is my struggle. I don't know if you know this. At some point I need to convert this over into actual walls and not like these things here need to be converted into something else. But I'm probably gonna put a different kind of pillar. This also needs to go far enough over so it's stuck on there. Honestly, I'm not sure it even needs pillars, but I just kind of put them there anyway. But it might not really need them. I guess it kind of holds up because otherwise it makes no sense. That's true. But if I was gonna do that, I'd probably want to squish these down so they don't stick out as much. I should have made the wall with these in mind, probably. .4. Actually, that's probably a good idea right there. I might get the wall back a little bit. Do I need to do that? Eh. Right now, this one. Or 300 or something like that. Just do 300 over each time. Or how 1,000 over each time. $2,000 over. And right by the entrance, we'll fix this. Guess I didn't do a very good job of connecting this, did I? That's good to note. It's ain't a big one for here, huh? I guess that's fine. Just like that one needs a big one too? Mm-hmm. Sure. Can't believe I missed that part there. Or maybe I just moved everything over after having made it. I wouldn't put that past me. I kind of want more detail on these, so I need to figure some strategy out for that and make it not as questionable. Kind of wish this door was more centered, but I don't think I want to go out of my way to remake it. That does seem a little bit much. This water does not go all the way over, does it? It does not. Makes sense. This water doesn't move as much as the other water did, so I had it closer. This just hurts my ears. I'm just gonna delete the one that was hurting my ears. A little more cleaned up. I'm still not sure what I'm going to do about this room as far as making it interesting or something. I mean, you get to pass through it all the time, but besides that, long hallways are tough. I usually send you up higher on them, but I already have things going through here, so maybe something to think about. Then there's you. You. What's mine on the other side? In the wall, good. Just go part way into the wall, basically. Damn. Work better. Blast does not hit the ceiling, does it? No. One point one will probably do it. Oh, quiet on the Western Front tonight, huh? Yeah. Usually takes a while to get picked up. That's why I tell people if you're gonna stream, you want to stream as long as possible in a day. Short streams just don't get people enough time to show up. Unless you're already popular, in which case... Does it even matter? I think that's better than it was. I probably want to have an additional pillar at the very end here. Just kind of one additional support. So it doesn't like glass just doing their thing the whole time. I probably should make a true wall for this too. This is a fake wall of just pillars and things. But I guess it also works as a fake wall of pillars, but... Does it though? I don't know. Maybe. I think I should just make an actual wall probably than this crap. Because... Yeah. I get the feeling this one is one of the ones that gets copyright claimed. which sucks because, you know, pay good money, get copyright claimed. I'll think about what to do with that one, but I'm gonna grab a couple of these. At some point I'll merge all these together too, so that I don't have as many draw calls. As long as it doesn't stick through, I don't care. Be amazed how much the performance improves when you actually just start merging all these things together. But never do that until you're ready to do it, because you can't unmerge them. They're stuck forever. We use only forever glue around here. That's not too bad, and then that's just a water level. Okay, no problem there. I was thinking of expanding these out so that they were a table, just like these ones here, and then putting pillars under it. .7 wide, sure. Whoa. 7.5. Guess it makes sense. This wall sticks out a huge amount. I'll just fix that so it sticks out a huge amount too. I want to get more places for Poppet to fight, so. Though there is a pretty strong argument for this not sticking out as far as it does on this side. Like, what if it just goes all the way to there? I didn't do a very good job there, did I, matching it? I did not. That's a little better. It'll all make sense in a second, I assure you. Unless it doesn't, in which case, I guess it doesn't. That's unfortunate for you if it doesn't. I don't know what to tell you. I think I just want these to be short little holders too, like not this level of ridiculous, except for the corner one here, which is going to be huge. Like I say, more and more I create supports for this so that it looks like it actually would work this way. And isn't just, you know, complete BS. I really thought it would. I guess the initial thing is not the same size in each direction. It wasn't rectangle. It wasn't square. Maybe I'll just do that, and that'll create like a counter here and a counter there. And do I want to put like another big wall? Like, do I do that? Could. I could put like a giant wall here or something to act as yet another support. Possibly I might replace these walls with a different kind of wall too. These do not reach the ceiling because this here did not reach the ceiling because this has its own separate thingy. Alright, good to know. It's about that height. I'm not sure I want these tables here or not. I'm probably going to delete the table actually. Definitely going to rotate some chairs in the right way though, so we can get... not do whatever that was. Still not sure what I'm gamifying here. This is such a big room to gamify, so I kind of feel like I'm going to have to do something extra in here that I'm not quite sure on yet. Guess I have fake walls all over the place. I'd like it to match up a little better. There's nothing saying I can't just expand this one though. It has no particular knitting through it. A 273 wish list, nice. I mean, I've still got like a year and a half for this game to come out, so I don't I'm not too worried about it, you know?
as I collect more music to check. I could put, maybe I'll put something. I don't want to do it anymore. Why does the music keep stopping? I guess that track just is garbage. I mean, how much of this do I want you to be able to grab on the other side? That's a good question. Could expand that a little bit, maybe. I kind of like those other pillars. Though I could do wooden ones, I guess. But I kind of like the secret garden pillars. I've learned that you can just slam all kinds of materials on top of a particular shape and get the job done to make unique things that match your world. Like, there might be an argument for having these over there instead because they might look nicer as the pillars. Oh, maybe. Probably. I might make them not green necessarily. Maybe I'll add some blue or something in there, but... Like, what if I do... Oops. Could make it even wider, I guess. Do kind of like it better. Probably better, sure. Doesn't really hold all the way up though, but I guess it could. Just kind of a support. Plus it's something else you can jump on, I guess, if you want. But it doesn't actually, I mean, like, it would have to be going through the wall. Is going through the wall better or worse is the question. Because, I mean, these pillars are really cool. You put a light by them. Like, let me go grab a light of any sort. It doesn't really matter. That's wrong. I want a wall light. That's actually what I'm looking for, a wall light. A lot of stuff's very plain Jane. These are pretty plain Jane, too. They should probably be swapped out to have more of a metallic look to them than that metal, because, you know, as you do.
for it to start.
I could probably do something pretty cool with these, actually. I mean, the light doesn't say the right name. Hey, Sarah, how's it going? I'm changing these out for pillars to make them nicer. Might color them different, though. I'm making the ultimate shinies. I could do black, though there's so much black in the... I don't know, black's usually pretty bad. But maybe not. The green reflects so much more interestingly. It's also red. That's just sinister. Like, and I want to use these pillars in other places in the game. I might be using these pillars throughout the entire building now as supports for it, right? So I need a way to look at the building can hold itself up. And like more sinister sections, what if they're red? Do like blue later as well. Like blue in the next section down below. If I had a doll place, I could get away with this probably in the doll place. But I really think green is the one that I'm using for this area anyway. I think it's what I'm sticking with. I mean, even the floors are green. It's supposed to be like a jungle. Or like a little wonderland, so. I could see it. I could see it. Yee. I don't know if I like this track very much. It's kind of garbage. Yeah, the plan is to make it so that these chairs stick out so you can, like, you know, use this as like a table to look out into the aquarium. And then I probably want some things to hold this thing up, right? So it's not just doing whatever, not just hovering in the middle of nowhere. At least that's the theory. So maybe I'll limit that to 2 chairs. And just not put a chair over on that spot because it's too many doors, so people would hit the doors and they would look stupid. I can probably keep 1 more chair there, actually. It would be a little in the way, though. It's not wrong. Option, I could just space them more evenly, too. A little closer. Seems like they're really far apart. And then just move the chairs to make it look a little nicer. And just do this instead, and then they hold better. So important considerations. How would you hold this counter up? Somehow I don't think it's anywhere near as important as I'm making it out to be, but that's okay. Alright, so shift end, not a good plan. Kind of puts in the middle of the range middle of nowhere. Just saying. The opposite of somewhere, in fact, nowhere.
Actually, I guess I could just move it over by like what, 1,000 or something. So it's 8,000. Let's make this an even 8,000. Nothing weird. It is an even 8,000. And if it was 9,000, where would it go? That's right, 9,000. That's fine. 10,000. 11,000, and then 12,000. Well, I mean, I could move this over so that it's just kind of blocking, like it's right next to this. And then move this over so it blocks completely there as well. Or I could not. Here I'm just going to put them at the sides so it looks okay. Where'd you go? Buddy, pal, friendo? Find the hidden grotto, and also needs to be in the lower decks. Because, you know, gotta do what you gotta do. Kind of feels like there should be something of a table here as well. Like there should be something underneath the little board. Maybe. You get behind these, right? Sure. Can move them all slightly forward if I wanted to. We go all the way through, but it would like look like it holds it better if I did that, but might not be necessary to do that. Could also shrink this one down some too. It loves to pop backwards. It's annoying.
Definitely better. Too big to fit in this area, though. Wouldn't mind having one at the end, but it is what it is. We call that better. Sure. Then you take your food from the broken compass and stare at the little thing here. Just saying. A lot of tables. I kind of want to take this section over here and make a little game area for it. Like just put like a pool table or something. Only thing is I don't have a good pool table model, so I'd have to use something that's a lot newer looking, and I'd make one, and I don't want to make one right now. Maybe. But it's not a bad idea. Because tables get kind of useless after a while. Like, you know, they're not that exciting. It's just table after table. Well, job 1 is just to kind of improve things. Job 2 is everything else. Let's make it a nice number. Nice, but a seat between each of these, honestly. It's more like the lover seat here. This room is so big. I have to put something along the walls back here to keep him busy. Perhaps a duct system or a pipe system or something. That does remind me, the area up here still needs a way to get back up to it because I got rid of it. And it's just not close enough to pull it off anymore. I'm gonna pipe my way over to something. I'll come back to you. I'll look at this in the dark first.
Oh. This music makes me want to go to sleep. Terrible. I probably only got like 4 hours instead of like the 7 I did yesterday. We'll see though. If I find that second wind, then I'll just be like, hell yeah. A lot of times I don't always. Been a busy day, but I want to work on the game. And I get so much more done if I'm streaming while I do it. Yes, yes indeed. This is not even touching it. But to be fair, was it touching it here? No. I might want to change those hook colors to something else. The material on them is so flat and awful looking that I don't really use it, but yeah, we'll see. Definitely better looking than the boring stuff. Seems pretty good to me.
You get hit by a wave, but like tired and was going. Yeah, I like the look of this better. I'm gonna get rid of this little crappy thing. I don't usually keep these. Not when I have this set up here that I think looks way better. To get something to do over in this area, but it doesn't really have anything to do with the rest of this room. But as I come up with ideas, that's how I fill these in. I mean, I've recycled and changed ideas like crazy from other rooms into these rooms, and yeah, you just never know what's gonna happen. Could go anyway. Could go no way. Unlikely, that's probably going some way. Yeah, just one share in between each one makes a lot more sense to me. Otherwise, you're just hitting your legs on these pillars, and that seems not ideal for your guests. Does it make theme park building simulator here? Yeah, like I said, these pillars should probably be all over the place. It's just kind of the thing that holds the place up for this particular area. The gallery. Ooh. Almost knocked my water over. That'd be no good. Yeah, it's just one thing. I just put the little 11 blocks reverse slot so you can grab it.
Hello there.
Hey, Lepus, how's it going? As you can see, I'm redesigning this area to have these, like, a little shelf here. And stuff to hold up, and I'm putting more pillars in places. It looks like these things can hold up a lot. So I'm damned if I'm not gonna make them. Is Pastor Mary gonna eat? Our new mouse there. Nice, nice. She feels just right. Yes, so nice. Oh, yes. Why'd you get a new mouse though? That's the real question. What happened to the old one? Blink twice if the other one needs help. It is haunted gallery, so I tell you, I'll probably not be the day where I don't think I'll be shooting more than maybe 4 hours today. So if you're gonna miss a day, it's the best one. Unless I get a second wind. It's like, oh yeah, I got this, and you know, then it's all good. No second wind, does not have. Second wind has. Do I just run these through the walls instead of using these crappy pillar things? Maybe. Would probably hold out better, or at least look better. I kind of like the way these little pipes stick out. I think I probably want to move that out of the way if I do that. So I could do that and just start making these like the corners that hold up stuff. I could get rid of these. The real upside of these is when you hang a light on them. Plus Poppet can jump on this. They're not all the way up. Could also hang a steampunk light off them too. Let me take a quick bio break real fast. Let alcohol and water drink before the stream. It's definitely winning. Very much winning. I think those pillars could be really cool though. I think that it'll really add to these things, make them a lot better because they were so bland. Yeah, I'll be right back.
Alright. What is this track? I really like to, you know, double up on all my time. Every chance I get, I just try to double up my time, so. Music hunting while I do this. It's a pretty useful thing. Yeah, I don't know if I need these here. It does kind of make sense to have one here, sorta. Like the bottom of the stairs. But I usually don't like the lampposts particularly. There's nothing interesting about them. Also, this metal is awful. See, now that I like better. As opposed to that where it just looks like, you know, too low poly to be useful. Admittedly, these look a little awkward to be hanging right here, like someone could hurt themselves, but to be fair, this is like the least safe building in the history of the world anyway, so it's okay. I could just have steampunk lamps. I kind of like how the light reflects off the green though, which is kind of why I've kept them as they are. I set the vacuum tube in this light, by the way. That's how you, I don't have to program the lights second time. I decided to point that out. You may continue with your life. I don't need this. Wood lantern can be black too. I should probably shy away from black. It's so dark as is. I feel like I have this track already set aside. Could be a boss fight. I don't know, sure. I could go with an actual pure white metal instead. I could use yet another one of the typical coloring thing, but I think I like it better with a different color. I think that I don't want to encounter the problem I saw yesterday where the game looked like dirt because it was just the same thing over and over and over. So let's not have the dirt thing. Let's make it a little less dirt. I have to swap these out because they're saying battery low in my ear again. Yeah, 1 second. so I can swap them. I got my charger again, apparently. It says it's out of power. Stockpiles like 2 or 3 recharges of these earbuds. And since I keep running the same brand, I can just recycle the chargers, because last time the charger went bad, so I have 2 different sets of the same one, and they just bounce between the charger again. So. Got only 9 million cords around here to plug everything in. Sure. Alright. Yeah, I like a lot of the changes that have been happening to this location. They've definitely vastly improved a lot of what was going on. Okay, well, this wasn't even close. Okay. Probably just delete this one there and copy this one over. Yeah, these are like nice and ominous. I like that. What are they even from? The pedestal thingy from the Gothic interior. Oh, that explains so much about why I thought it had a very Gothic feel that kind of fit more of a Castlevania thing. I was like, this makes sense. This most certainly does. So apparently other weird crap here too. You can use all these things as long as you remember to just slam a different material over the top of it. Why don't these look like they have material on them? They do, it just didn't load it. Nice. There's a lot of stuff I wish I had had before when I first started building, so I would probably use it instead of the other. But I don't. Or I didn't, so, you know. It be what it be. I have chains. I might hang chains from the brig if I'm gonna do that. Oh, weird hoop chain. Oh, you can put that around the wrists of something, so you can actually make your own ghetto things. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll take one of the skeletons and prop it up myself and have my own stuff. It's not to deal with the fact that they have chains that are of a specific length. I can just, you know, use a spline to make the lengths whatever I want. It's not a bad idea. What's this? What dis? Corner cabinet? Pretty dull. Okay, see, I just want to... Yeah, better. It's doing weird crap. Would be a neat bed, except for I want the bed in pieces, so I can mix and match. Everyone's so tired because it's so hot in here from that. Now the heater on full bore. There's a different pedestal over here too. This pedestal. Which I'm pretty certain the same one I greened out earlier. Perhaps it is. This area is really, really dark. Do I like this pillar all that much, or would I rather just have these set up over here? I mean, I guess... Huh. I was gonna say, these can make interesting containers too, like if this were like shorter, or just smaller in general. And then I put glass on top of it or something, like a midway thing like that, and then a smaller version of up above. Like I shrink it above or something. That's almost like too futuristic, I think. I don't really like the idea as much as I did when I thought about it. Well, maybe. Because, I mean... what I could do is something along these lines here. Make 4 corners with it. I can hold it with pipes. That's true. I could use pipes. Is that useful? Maybe. Well, if it's just straight pipes and I'm not gonna like do any kind of bending, I could probably just make it the thing for it specifically. Well, let's make furniture, shall we? Is it for a horror game music? Horrible, maybe. Delete that one. And every time I hear a bad one now, I'm just going to start deleting them. Just so this way, over time, I'll just have a perfect little, like, you know, music library to listen to while streaming. Mostly if it's irritating. That's my concern. Let's add a scene. We'll call this the base scene. I've learned my lesson when building stuff in blueprints. You want to make these little scenes because if you try to move everything individually, they won't keep to the same like ratio of each other. They'll get all over the place. But if you can move the scene around, everything will keep the same, you know, location, so relative to everything else. So it's very worth doing. 10 out of 10 would do that again. Probably aiming for a size 4. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag it into the world. And I'm going to shift end it so I see, okay, I just want it to land here so this way whenever I move in the future they won't have the problem of going, oh, where are we at? Well, not where you were. We'll call this like a top scene. Put that going. Now I can just shrink it in here. Well, actually, I could actually make it go all the way to the ceiling and then put pipes in between or something weird like that too. Eh. So I can just duplicate it like that. Could use these pipes. Well, the problem is these things don't rotate. I want them to rotate and they don't. Like I want the wheel separate from the thing. And I can make my own, which I probably will at some point. If there's one thing I've learned is that the steampunk stuff that exists out there kind of sucks. It requires my loving touch to fix it. Kind of a keep into the same sets of pipes unless I'm using splines. My pipe scene. Not sure this will be cool or not, but it's fine. I'll figure it out. Probably. I could use these. And just go straight up with it too. Oops. Oops. I guess I haven't used these much yet, so having new ones is kind of neat. And I don't have to bend it necessarily. That's dumb. Just move this up. Make sure it's relatively near the other one, so not do as much work. Not sure I like these as much. We'll see. I mean, more machinery stuff. It makes little to no sense. Is always fun. I was thinking of glassing it in though or something. Giving it a little door that opens after you hit like a button or something. But it does have a bit of a future look that I don't know if I like per se. Also, those ones aren't as neat looking, I don't think. But I can always change things out. It doesn't gotta be as it is. You can make little vending machines or something. I also want to make a claw machine at some point too.
But that doesn't really match this area. I'm not even sure if this thing will match the whole area in general anyway. I'm just kind of building something, trying to figure out what I want to do with it. Because whenever I make something new, I find something that I want to do with it. So. Because I do need a display case. Little generators and these things. But I don't really want something like that just sitting around necessarily. Because I got all this crazy stuff from this steampunk workshop and I've used like none of it. At first I was thinking display cabinet, and maybe that would be the case. And now is it like a little arcade game waiting to happen? Like a little claw machine? Claw machines existed since like the 1860s or something like that, so they've been around a long time by the way. I'm curious. A lot of carnival games have been around a really long time. So they would have them. Maybe I can type one off of Fab as well. When in doubt, see if someone already made one you can just use. But I guess I could just get a claw and a chain or something like that and then make it work later if I want to. No, no, no. Yeah, these ones are all too nice. Oh, it's open. I mean, if it doesn't say like turtle tears, maybe. Yeah, it doesn't seem all that great. I mean, the claw, that's funny, I guess, but eh. What if it was a claw machine? We need to be deeper than this. And probably taller if I wanted that. If it's just a display case, then it wouldn't need to have any of that. I'll think about what to do with you. It's more important that I just made anything because I can always figure out what to do with it later. Don't know what, but some idea will come to mind. Get some block in the chat. Oops. Well, the daylight could be interesting.
Yeah, I do kind of want little like claw machines or something here. Not sure about the heights, but I do want it. This would probably look nice there, but then the problem is over here I have this setup, so I don't know how I feel about that. I don't really want these going to the broken compass necessarily. That's true. But I do want to kind of hold the place up. I do want them partially in the wall. I'm definitely a bigger fan of the pillars, for certain. I can always put something over the top of them too, like some sort of rafter or something like that. I always put something there because you can always work on something later to make it better. I guess I don't barricade this door necessarily. Like in hindsight, I guess if I'd made the door, I would have put the door over farther. But would I though? There's already not a lot of space in this particular room. It's a very small room. Wow, this room needs a lot of work anyway. They all do. That's what I'm doing right now. Just slowly adding things. So look at how much different this room looks than the other rooms though, and all I did was put a bunch of pillars. A little place to sit at over here. Like I say, some kind of weird little vending machine things over here would probably be pretty solid. Just multiples of whatever these things are. Don't know what they are yet, but I mean, this I just probably get rid of entirely or move it. I don't really want it to go in the broken compass, so I don't think I'd have anything in this spot. I think it's too close to a door. So maybe whatever those are, if they're like a little claw machine. It's not gamified though, so that's the thing to note. But we'll just put those in place to figure out what to do with them later. Maybe I'll spread them out a bit so they have access to like a place to grab hold of at 2 different levels. Then if you have a couple of them, you could bounce between them to stair your way up. That wouldn't be horrible. Everywhere I just have this crappy block, I'm just replacing it with this. I might also put some sort of thing in the center here. I wish it was 3 different things, but it's only 2. And I'm not making a specialized material just for that. Probably. You know, it'd be wild looking if I use the water material on it. And of course I'm going to look at that because there's no world I don't want to look at that. Just to see what it would look like. Don't hate the player. Yeah, a lot of this stuff is so ornate, I kind of want to include more of it and less of some of the other steampunk stuff. And also make more of my own stuff too. But I mean, stuff like these panels can be spun pretty easily, so I could easily make it work out. And some of them are pretty neat, so I'll just put those all over the control panels especially. Those things are in dire need of stuff to make them look cooler because they're very bland. They just have a giant button on them. This doesn't even look very good. And that is probably because, well, I made the button a long time ago and it's just a cylinder that goes down. I didn't even compress it, which would have made a lot more sense. True.
We'll do like we'll call this pillar, I guess. Sure. I don't know what it'll do for me, but I gotta see. I'm a weird guy. I need to know things. Oh, it's like a fish tank inside. I could put things inside it. Fish tank. Fish tank. But that doesn't really seem that great. It is interesting though. I gotta give it some credit where credit is due. Now it does look like a tank of some sort. Huh. I mean, I don't like it, but okay, I kind of like it and I kind of don't. Let's be honest with ourselves here. I don't hate it and I don't like it. So you want to make it like it's holding the building up. Is there even a way to reach that point? I don't think there is. I guess that's wrong. You could fly. No, you can get through this way if you wanted. You could get through it. So perhaps I don't want it sticking through the wall there necessarily. Of course, sticking through the wall there looks decent enough, so... Much of the problem becomes other places. But I don't know, it does look kind of good in a lot of places, so... Just holding things up looks kind of good. That's not really holding anything up, though. Maybe like right here could be sort of holding something up. But not really, because there's just nothing below it, so it's not that great. My neck pops so often, it's terrible. I hear it every time I turn to the side, it pops again. Seems like it's been popping less, like not less frequently, but just the pops aren't as severe. That's cool, I think. I don't know if that's good or bad, but it's probably good. Yeah, see, yeah. So yeah, I just do this kind of setup here, and no, they're like too tall though. Like I say, I don't think this one would be here. Unless I want some sort of thing to jump on over here. Well, maybe I do. Usually the pillars are holding things up, so I don't know if that's really that great. I mean, it does kind of give a little more, a little more balance to the room, I guess. It's not wrong. In my perfect world, this would be over here, but not happening. Cut this hole here, but I don't know why. Oh yeah, when I jumped in here, bad things happened. I remember that.
Just pick up the same coloring then, because it's the same one? Pretty soon it did. Well, that's handy, because now it doesn't move as much, so now I can kind of get in the right location. These messages. Pretty quiet night for people chatting. Oh, well, it is what it is. This beats I work harder on the game. A game. You're saying to work harder in the game. Oh, nobody actually did the little things for advertising on the thing today. It's weird. Everyone just decided to sure. Gotta reply back to a bunch of ad thingies real quick. Before the stream ends, because, you know, by the time that point, then it's like halfway through the day for a lot of other people. You really want to go out of your way to have the, do all the gamers, the gamer and stuff half a day beforehand. Because you get the rest of the world, which is fine. I mean, it's probably a good thing to have, like, you know, advertise the whole world, not just the US, basically. I'll go back to the rest of it later, but except his one. That one I want right now. Alright, so this just needs to be bigger in general. All this because the water goes too low, so these pipes like would be way better if I made the water go down to about here. But then the issue is this area, the water is now too high. Should almost have separate water controls for each room. We could have set it up so where one lowered, the other would go up. But I just made it one giant pool that controls both, which is... I don't know, it just means you have a reason to run back and forth, honestly. It's probably the biggest thing about it. Everything else is kind of like E. I guess why is there two in here? The question I know. Well, it's just a pool. It's not even the actual this thing. Could also just split it and have one in each. Or I just go the whole distance with the same one. Probably do that actually. It's gonna get loaded into both anyway. The system works not that great for this setup. Because these pipes are like this, I probably want to have another one going up. In which case, you could just swim your way up when you need anything special. Just swim up. I might color code some of the pipes, so like, you know, the ones with water in it, turn them like blue. The ones that are like, you know, full of steam, turn them like red or something, and then have pipes that are just normal colored. This will add a bunch of coloring in the game, but also mean that I can provide an additional mechanic or two to bypass everything else. Which is not a bad idea, for certain. Should just do 4 and 4 probably. Oh, this new water solves so many problems with the other water kind of waving and ending up outside the thing. They have to all be in here because last time things were vanishing because it didn't have it all figured out there, but not this time. Oh, 2 L's. Type to funny. Thought I hit play, but I guess not. I don't always remember the stuff here, so you know what happens. Play, maybe? Taking a sweet time. Wait for everything to load up. Perhaps I should create a spline system and just start connecting these various things together with the water, because the water seems to not really care too much. That'd be good for bending it all over the place, like a spline pipe almost that just goes along where I want it to go. Go forward, maybe? It's kind of crazy looking. Bit of an issue, but maybe. Typically, if water vanishes because of the load thing, then it tends to screw things up with how it post-process is displayed. I forgot I have access to dash into water too. This doesn't go all the way to the wall, huh? It most certainly does not. Beep, 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 beep. Every once in a while you can tap the water and it causes that problem where it's enabled the post-process, but nothing else.
Tell you a good answer for that. Still, it's coming together slowly. I'm gonna take a picture of the thing again when I figure out how the maps are gonna go. It's nice to actually be working on the second chapter and stuff, the first chapter all the time. It ain't perfect, but it's nice. I think it's partially in the wall. I recall this track. I hate this track. I don't tend to like high-pitched noises. And that includes high-pitched instruments. I just don't like them. Well, you're welcome to have it in your thing, but I don't like it. All my homies hate it too. Those MP3 versions, all these songs too, sit around, delete those. What the hell? I don't want to go through the MP3 versions too. I just need wave versions, you know, because they're the Unreal Engine's going to convert it to wave anyway. So let's just, you know, cut the middleman out of that one then. Oof. Pinkle's like, but why? And I'm like, oh, buddy. And it's like, but why? And I'm like, don't get old. That's my advice to everyone. And if you get old, consider getting not old again. It's a good idea. Sure. I don't know if it works like that. It probably doesn't, but maybe with the right science, you can pull it off where you just go, yep, I'm not old anymore. I'm just going to delete every MP3 thing. 783 MP3s. I just searched the music folder for, I was like, I didn't realize I was going through so many MP3s to just figure out what's there, but I'll tell you right now, there's already a lot of music in there. There's already like 2,763 files left over. And I haven't really been very good about deleting it all. You know? Like I should, but hear me out, I don't. This new water looks so good from the top. Less good from the sides. I do think it looks a little mediocre from the sides. I also kind of want the ability to hide the sides entirely too. This pipe is just bent. Like I'm assuming it must be bent. It is not. Not for all the world it was bent, but I guess not. Oh, Charlotte decided to show up. Well, let's add these Grotto 3 just in case, because the pipe vanished last time, and that's annoying. There's not specifically any way to get in here. Since I have a pipe running through it. I guess I could keep a way to get in there. Eh. My hollow pipe. might actually be better off just bending, not bending, but just using the other hollow stuff, not using a bend, like just making like, you know, each individual right angle there. Going pretty good, Home Victor. I'm going through and making improvements to areas. I was gonna build some kind of weird machine, I don't know what yet though. I just started an idea for it, so I kind of building. So this room will look more like this, with a weird little, like, you know, counters at, so they can look at what's going on in the tank. Trying to give some life to a room that's essentially a very large hallway. I still have another very large hallway to deal with over here. Yeah, about that. All my homies hate large hallways. But it's coming along. I think I messed with this a little bit too, but not really. Eventually. Eventually. How's things going with you? Hopefully exciting times. Mm-hmm. I don't even feel that bad right now. That's pretty good too. A little tired, but one of the guys I trade magic cards with, he's like, you know, if you awake, yeah, he's like, you'll be there in 5. Sure, dude shows up in 2 minutes, and I was like, while racing out of my bed trying to get ready as fast as possible. I was like, 5 minutes. I could have done 2 minutes. Jesus. Not a miracle worker, you see. You're definitely eager. I ended up just ditching the waterfalls and leaving it as it was for now. I didn't bother to go back to it. I'll figure out something for it. Probably just change the color to darker. Because, well, let's move this up, I guess. It just, I haven't quite figured out the motion yet. Like, there's math involved. You know what I should probably do? I should probably talk to like Grok or something about how to do materials, right? Because materials are like huge amounts of math. And if I have a weakness, it is most certainly my ability to do any kind of weird vector math or anything of the sort. Just like, I don't suck at math, but this is just not math they ever taught in any class I ever took. That's probably wrong, because I did take geometry and trigonometry, but that was like 20 years ago, man. Let me tell you how much of that I remember. So anyway. Not much. Not much at all. I do need to learn materials. Materials are... I should just hire Jed to make materials for me. Jed, work your magic, make materials, do them for me. Wait. I'm not opposed to this. If I have a budget. That would probably help. If I have a budget. Help these out anyway. But anyway, as far as the magic guy goes, you know, that dude, like, if I ever get any new cards in, he just wants to look immediately. He just has to see it. Even though he might have looked the previous day. And I love that because, you know, it's worth a lot of money to me. But, man, sometimes chops at the bit a little much. A little much. Right. Yeah, well, I mean, like, any kind of math you could have done on a regular calculator, not a problem. It's just vector math, just calculating positions and things like that, where I need really complex things. Is just, I don't even know the calculations. I've never even heard them. So it's like, cool, great. I don't know what we're doing here. I'm just gonna go ahead and, you know, go with this. So thankfully, that is the one time AIs actually are useful for coding. They're not very useful for coding. They're actually terrible for coding. But in this one instance, they're actually quite handy for coding. I wish I put this farther back, by the way. Not redoing the floor just for this, though. Typically, AI code's pretty trash, though, so I'm never finding a use for it. But every once in a while. I don't need this one. That's not what I was thinking, but sure, thank you. I thought this was all I had selected, but I guess not. I've had these little grates in here for the longest time, and at no point has there ever been a point where breaking one of those grates was useful for a damn thing. Until today. Aw, shit. Here we go again. I hate where that hole is. I get why it's in that spot, but I hate it. Because it needs to come down to the engine room, but it can't block anything. It needs to come down to these side things, right? Finally, the room where you actually will want the chariot. Like, the chariot's great overall, but I'll probably give you the chariot in order to bypass this room to get up to here. Yeah. I'm not making the connectors black, though. I think I am gonna color code the pipes for, you know, if the pipe has water, steam, or if it's a duct. Like, or if it's just like, you know, a regular pipe, I guess. The air goes through. I should use ducts everywhere. Would have been a lot better. And then pipes for the other things. And then I'll give you 3 different types of protection, and I'll just have different types of kill zones in each one. Like a steam kill zone and a, you know, a water kill zone. So you'll need immunity to heat, essentially, in order to progress. Which I'm going to give you in order to get into the engine room in the first place, because you're not just going to be able to go, like, the water will get really hot in this general vicinity, so you will have to stay away from there. I'm not sure I'm going to visualize that yet, but it will. And then hot water in here. These should probably be protected. I don't know why these are open. I keep leaving them open like it's like you would ever do that, but the water pressure from this would cause it to flood. That makes no sense. It makes no sense. Whatever. That is stuck in the wall. First I wasn't certain. Now I am. I got somewhat exciting news. They opened up a place it's like a pickleball / ping pong place. I don't want to play pickleball, but they have like ping pong tables, and I was like, ooh, I might be able to go play ping pong with people. Ping pong's my level of, you know, interest in anything that's tennis-like. Well, I really don't have to run around like a crazy person. I think I'm gonna have those there. Like, I can live with that. That's on my level. Yeah. One of the problems I've had though is there's just not a lot of places to go do anything, so I can't go hang out with people, which sucks. Like, I want to go hang out with people and I just can't. Unless I want to go to bars or something, I don't want to do that. Drinking is something you do when you game dev. Let no one tell you different. Do I like having pillars or not? That's a good question. I kind of started putting these pillars everywhere because they looked so good up here. Not in there. And so now I'm kind of adding them everywhere to support the place. And they look good in here. They might get added throughout the building. It might just be the ubiquitous pillar that's everywhere. And they just color code it. But anyway, back to ping pong. They're like, hey man, $40 a month, and they have like 4 Tuesday night clubs you can go to. And I was like, okay, the only problem is they opened it on the other side of town. The jerks. Why can't you open it right next door to my house? So whenever my car gets fixed, yeah, whenever that gets fixed, I'm gonna go over there and see if I can't find some cool people. I'll go outside. Probably just people playing pickleball. I bet you no one's actually playing ping pong. I'll be the saddest person ever. It's like, I ain't playing no pickleball. That's like lame tennis. And I don't even like tennis. Probably play something like badminton or something like that. This way I don't have to actually be really fast. I think that's why I don't like tennis. I'm so slow. Got big long legs, which don't turn very well, particularly, I find. Even when I am healthy, it don't turn very well. It's like, the ball is that way. I am this way. Guess I ain't getting it. I kind of regret deleting the map I had that used this track. It was a different game, so, you know, is what it is, but... Well, I could just put these next to each other. I didn't even need to have anything special there. We didn't get a local magic group together. I haven't played that in a million years either. I'm actually wrong. I played one game recently. I played it very badly. I haven't played in like 5 years. I'm all reading every card going, when did this game require so much reading? Game not supposed to require that much reading. This has to be blocked off by something. The idea is cool, but progression can't allow for this. Unless I have a secret room that you can reach down here that's not a room you normally go into. I might could put a moon door on it. I've always got moon doors. Moon door. Moon door. Also, I need to put a thing blockading these so you can't just get in. I thought this hole would be bigger, and it's just not. It's very tiny. Like if I put a hole in this wall and make it where you can't get through this pipe into anything, there just needs to be an additional blockade. Hot material or something. No. Just Google saying, hey buddy, verify more information. It's like, but I don't even have enough funds in it to actually have them pay me. And they're like, but verify all this crap. And I'm like, I mean, I'm going to, because if I don't, they'll remove what monetization I do have. 45 days, but I'm like, you know, Double check this real fast. Oh, looks like nothing new. Okay. This could also be the first way you get to the grotto too, but oh, well, maybe not. You'd have to go through this room because this room's the freaking engine room, so I can't have that. Also, I can't really put a pillar here, can I? Maybe my strategy of having pillars in these corners won't work. Maybe I don't put the pillars through the walls there. Maybe I just put them farther out. If I have them at all. The problem with this is they kind of interfere a bit. With the roads. So I don't know how I feel about that. Do tiny pillars. Or do I just use these? These kind of suck because you can't do anything with them. These, at least you can jump on the bottom if you want. With these, you have to actually have something at the back of them too. Otherwise, it's just this weird, you know. They didn't think that having a back was a good idea. If you're gonna make assets, don't do that. It's really annoying. Makes it a not very useful asset. All too often now. They do it. And I'm the saddest person ever.
I'm sure I like this setup. Probably not. I do think these pillars look better on average, though. I almost want to make multiple versions of the pillars, like duplicate them, so that I don't have to individually change each one with these colors here. Also, these should be in like the lobby. I realize I'm putting them all in the underworld. That's what we call a mistake. Yes. Yeah, I feel about these because they block so much of the wall. And I think I would like it better without them because the pillars just seem to look better in this game. Yeah, these look like trash. I don't really like them. Just having pillars is better. These don't really match, but that's okay. Not sure if I like the blue. It's so dark, it's hard to see it. I use a lot of blue in the game now, so it's with the lighting. So blues don't stick out as much as they once did, which makes them less of an enticing color to use. Get my camera there. Nice. Yeah, I'm gonna pick a different color besides blue. It's too hard to see it. Like, this blue is okay because it's super bright, but there needs to be some contrast to that blue. There's already blue floor in this place too. I didn't have blue light before that though, so that changes things. But also, this floor is not too bad because it's more varied than the other. But I'll definitely have to do something different with the pillars. Like, that blue part is better. I do want the building to look like it can hold itself up. It's also an excuse for there to be, you know, things connecting areas for Poppet to get to. Yeah, that's so much easier to see what's going on. Like, just see the difference between the two blues, man. That dark blue, you couldn't see anything. Now this kind of matches the doors. Do I like it as much as the green ones were in the other area? And they don't seem as great, but
they don't seem terrible either. There will be improvements. Never have any idea. I just start making it. You never know what happens. Might turn out good. Might turn out terrible. These could probably be big ones. I could probably do something like these and push it farther in, I guess. Maybe. Maybe a 4 or something. Just add a little more grandness to the entry, you know? Because there's nothing grand about it. It's an entry to the building, for God's sakes. At least make it have something. Should probably make special doors for it too. Everything's in the lobby, right? Pretty certain it is. Now I'm 100% certain it is. Where could this pipe go? Well, I guess I should put a moon door. Just gonna copy one of the moon doors, save some time, and find the moon. Now if I save time on this one, probably could have just found it faster than this. Oh, it's actually just a straight up oh, let's browse that one then, sure. Didn't realize I put in a level instance. Hell yeah. Any more locations to stuff these things so it's more use for the moon's ability to unlock these doors? Guess you're gonna come from this direction, so it makes sense to tilt it that way so you can see it. I was gonna aim it all over the place, but how much am I gonna aim it all over the place this time? Also, am I really gonna put another hole in this wall? I have to redo this whole wall if I do that. I figured I'd have to redo these walls anyway. Maybe not right now, but at some point I'll have to redo it. I think I'd rather rotate like this anyway.
And that means the pipes could go not that way, actually. They cannot, because it literally would go into this water area. Actually, it goes into this wall, like halfway into both. That's not very good. So it would be something like this. Making the game so much less linear than it was. There's still a linear solution, there's just all these side routes that you never have to go to. But does this pipe need to lead down to a room here, or can this pipe go somewhere else? Also, how do I represent a hot area? That's another question to think about. I mean, I guess element steam, it's just too hot for her. The problem I have now with that, thinking about it, is that there's steam just getting out of various places, just as, you know, part of the steampunk motif thing. So why wouldn't that hurt her? Maybe the pipes are hotter. And I could do like an element of fire, but why would there be fire in these? Steam makes the most sense, is what powers everything, right? Well, let's make it element steam for now, but it might get changed. That also means I need to add an immunity to it too. I can make other steam hurt you though. It's true. Well, when I typed in Steam, I thought it would actually find everything with the word Steam in it. How silly of me to think such a thing. Instead I found Instant Armchair. I'm so happy you found Instant Armchair off of Steam. An Instant Book. It's like it's just showing every material and not sorting them for me. That's weird. Let's see if there's an interesting idea somewhere in here. Use the wine thing and make it hot like that. It would be weird looking, but I might look at it just to see what it looks like. I think it wouldn't be all that interesting. Actually, it's probably not because it's not going to be moving much. I could just have like hot water. Just take the regular water and then just change it to a red. It's not quite the steam I'm looking for though, so I don't know how I feel about that, but I'm gonna leave this up so I can look at it and I can change it back to the other one I want. But maybe hot water's a thing. Or maybe just element heat or something like that. So I can have like stove thingies that have a heat thingy too, so I can make that a thing. But it seems like there should be a steam thing, what with it being steampunk and all. I mean, hear me out. It's kind of makes sense, right? Anyone? Guys? Maybe? Doesn't exactly move though, does it? Let's look for an animated material in here somewhere. The hell's that? I just want to look at it. We need to have a giant thing I can do right here. Weird. Anyway. Not particularly handy. But oh, I know. You often have a weird enough look at. Not that one. That one's not what I'm thinking. I think Temperance has one that's pretty easy to see. Or maybe the Fool. What do I use for that? I think it's just another water. Kinda, yeah. Yeah, it's just like a water. Right, and water base, and I change the color on it. That one looks better than the other anyway. Did I already include the ability to change material? I did not. Do I plan on changing the material? I mean, I could. If I want to do that, though, I have to do individual ones for each one of these. And I don't know if I want to. Could have oil pipes. Then you're swimming through black, though. That's not I'll tell you, you're gonna see it. Wouldn't be very fun. Not really like that idea. So I could create a material instance of this thingy. Instead of going to all the trouble to change the color, because I only want it to be one color anyway. Gives you that. That'll probably look like milk though versus anything else. Has to be inside pipes though. I don't want something that's wispy, but things I didn't think about at first, you know? There's almost a weird quality to it. It's also got a flowing quality, which is a bit not great, but I don't really have a steam particle that moves, I don't think. I could just use this in the meantime. But they can't just put particles all throughout the pipes. That's going to be super heavy. Especially not to make it filled up like it's like steam or something. And these don't stay inside of the pipes. Otherwise, these little smoke things would be pretty good too. They also, like, I've already established they're kind of like a fog. They're not a steam, so. I'll take a quick bio break real fast. I'm out of my drink anyway, and well, can do a bit of recycling of that drink, so I'll be right back. And I'll stare at I guess I'll turn the light off so people can look at the pretty stuff. It looks way better at night anyway, right? There you go, way cooler looking. Yay! Right back. Alright. Kind of just building as I go, and things are just kind of working out for whether, you know, like I just have no solid plans for some of these rooms, just ideas are just kind of popping in. It's like, well, maybe this, maybe this. And that's kind of about it. I almost want this to be a different color green because it's so hard to see, but it looks kind of neat with the way this is. If I put lights on every single one, it would probably look okay. Then there's a lot of lights in the room though. But they're not that far. Well, that might be not good. One of the problems is if it if on the ground it doesn't hit Poppet, then it's kind of an irrelevant light. Like it'll look cool, but you got to remember it has to look cool for Poppet, not for people. So maybe they all need to go down a bit. Okay, well, probably outfitted this too. All these are listed in the underworld, and I just duplicated the crap out of them. Nice. That one's technically more part of the building than lower decks there. Didn't even see messages today. And YouTube's been getting the viewership lately. Like YouTube's like, well, you know, you see, he doesn't get ads, so it doesn't really matter. We had to send him all these people. Because YouTube collects all the money from the ads, and they're like, ha ha ha. I guess it could also load into the lower decks, and it could load into the other. It doesn't have to load the whole building. Well, this could be one more thing I need to load everywhere, I guess. Whatever. Oh. This pipe could go somewhere too, for that matter. The second area is going to be so much better designed than the first area. Time I get to the third and fourth area, I mean, geez, they're going to be like 1,000 times better designed than this, probably. Once I get better ideas of how things are supposed to go, how the game will really play. Ideas that just never made any sense to me before. Go ahead and think about them. Not in terms of the way the game really plays. I just need a destination. I really don't want to put you in the third chapter rooms at this point. Necessarily. And I have to give you a way back out, too. That is a little weird. I mean, no matter what happens, I'm going to put things going in each direction from here, probably. I mean, it would make sense to do that, at least. I mean, I could run you this way, and if I did that, what does that really do for me? Well, I probably don't want to do it directly to the door anyway. There's already kind of not a lot of space there necessarily, but maybe I will. I need like a, not a four-way. A three-way would have been much better. Oh my. I mean, the options are pretty simple here. I can block it in this direction and then send it only in this direction or off in this direction, which is fine, I guess. I don't know where it's going, but I could do that. Or I can send it off towards this direction here. I can't really go through the water necessarily. I guess I can, but to what end? Because the haunted gallery's on the other side. I don't really want to have water exiting into there. I don't see what would be the point. I mean, I guess I could run it through there. It just... I don't know. It's kind of weird, but... Maybe? Had to drill a hole in a bunch of walls if I did that. Optionally, I can head it, like, out through here and go somewhere with it. I don't really want it to be up here because people coming down the stairs would probably hit their heads on it, to be honest. There's not much reason to send it over to here, to the little fortune teller room. That's not a place particularly interesting. There's a washroom here. It could be a secret way into the washroom, I guess. Because I just don't provide a key. But to what end, I think, is my question. I think for now I'm just going to leave it about where it is and then work off that, because I just don't have a good idea where I want to take it yet. Maybe as I design more rooms I'll have more reason to take it other places. I also want to create an additional barrier. I thought steam would be the thing, but maybe it'll be something else. I mean, I have the kill plane darkness stuff, which is just an insta-kill. So honestly, I should probably replace the material on this with the other. Oh, that's a priority, huh? It's not curse, it's just death, I think. Which I think I should actually just make another one of those. It's not this. It's like some weird oily looking stuff. But I honestly just think the other one looks so much better that I should probably just use it. But make a black version. Yeah, I should probably do that. That's interesting. The depth color when it's dark is garbage, and when it's white it's kind of harder, easier to see, I guess. I don't know. I would have thought the depth color would be, you know, whatever it said. Doesn't appear to be the case at all. That's probably better, actually. For my death color. Or the death water. Trouble is, actually just looks very similar, doesn't it? Like, it's not dark enough. It looks just like the water does. Yeah, it looks the same. Hmm. Oh, I see the depth color there. It just, you want it to be something dark. Whoa. That's crazy looking. Huh. Dude, that was wild. Why didn't change this one? Yeah, there could be hot water. Or just heat. Man, look at that. That's crazy looking. Almost want to post-process it, lights it up red like that. I won't leave it like that. It's obviously not worth doing, but neat effect. It is weird the depth color kind of foobars things. I see. So black doesn't really work when I want to do. It would have to be something else. Oh wait, never mind. I had water depth and opacity. I have a bunch of things on here. So let's just say I mark this as 1. Yeah, watercolor seems to only work if it's something besides black. Like no matter what I pick, as I'm just going through it, it doesn't seem to change as much for the watercolor there. The depth color is also on black. Yeah, it doesn't seem to matter what I pick. It just seems to be very locked in. Well, that's unfortunate. I thought I could, so I mean, that is kind of neat with the hot thing there. So maybe I make a hot water. You still have steam coming off it though. It needs to have something that really differentiates it. And I don't think this is what I'm thinking. Though it is neat. When I wrote down the tarot card abilities, what did I write down? Because maybe I wanted protection from a particular thing I already thought up. Electricity is another one. That's true. Electricity was one. That's the revised ones. I want the originals. I have so many notes on things. There they are. Most of these aren't necessarily going to be in the game. I just wrote a bunch of things down one day. I really am of the opinion I should probably knock it down to 44 abilities. I'm just struggling to find ways to use all the abilities because there's so many abilities. I tried the one ability per, but that just it wasn't as fun. But a lot of times I end up using just one ability per. Like, I really do. It just seems to be what happens. It's just one ability. And I don't end up getting much use out of the others. Like, with with Temperance, I don't use a little crappy platform it makes because it's terrible. Instead, just, you know, like to imprison things, which that's good enough. The Fool, I just swing it. I never use the grow ability, mostly because the grow ability is currently not in the best shape. This doesn't work the way I want. Yeah. The Empress is the only one I kind of use both, sort of, but the problem is that the explosive thingies aren't very good, and the healing is about the only has the star is the only actually one I use. Work between the two. But I don't know. It also seems to me like the Hierophant should actually be what gives you sanity back when you activate it. Like, trading health for sanity sounds so much like a Hierophant ability and not the star. May have to think about it. It's possible I could pick 22 better abilities and not do that weird ghost form thing, which was just stupid. Let's see how it plays out. 2 abilities for each seems pretty good, because a lot of times there's just not enough things. Immune electricity, immunity to the curse itself, because there's like liquid curse floating around, which is the black stuff. And typically that's... Honestly, it's usually you're not allowed to be there zone versus anything else. It just instant kills you, so you don't go to places you're not supposed to. Firewall electricity cost, the shield thingy, yeah, maybe. The Emperor's the one, like the protection one, but I'm just debating on it as far as what it does, like how many passives it should really have. 'Cause like, I consider having passives for each one, or like things and that would be okay, but I really don't want only passives for it. Like, if you never switch to deactivate it, it's lame. The Empress has 2 abilities technically because of the growth thingy. I could focus on having 22 traversal abilities and 22 combat abilities for them. That'd be interesting. I'll have to think about it as far as what I'm gonna do for that. A lot of times I really just don't have an extra ability figured out for him. But I tend to have 2 abilities figured out for him. I like the little Bomberman thing though. Of course, these aren't even good enough. They're either too good or too crap so far. Like, every time I try to set it up, I try to balance it around, you know, like using a bunch of curse, but then it uses too much and it doesn't do enough damage. It needs to do probably a bunch of damage to make up for the fact that it's costs something. In reality, the Fool should do less damage too. It's possible I make the enemies harder and tone down the damage in the game. The murdering enemies in mass is pretty fun.
like you're playing Dynasty Warriors or something, you know, some sort of game where it's just murder everybody and they just die in waves because you're like amazing and they're lame. One of the things that are going on right now that I'm debating on is for the controller scheme set, there's like 4 face buttons and like 4 top buttons. It's like, what do the buttons all do? Like originally it was like, okay, well, one of the buttons jumps in the front, or like one jumps in and does like that. Maybe these all do this so you can actually move the camera at the same time. So like, as far as the controller is set up, these buttons are really trash for 3D platformers. Because you need to be able to manipulate the camera with one of these things and move your character around between those two, this or that, I don't know, whichever you want. Which then means you basically need to use these 4 buttons to control your game, because you can't, I guess you could try to manipulate these 2 things and hit the buttons to do things, but it's going to be real awkward, right? You're going to be holding your little control like this, and while you're doing this, you're moving what? Trying to get this to it, it's not going to work very well. So basically I'm looking at these and then it's like, okay, I guess these are like the menu setup and things like that, or the rotate between the cards would be about what would be like likely. So obviously jump is going to be one of them and dodge is going to be one of them. Probably at that point. That gives you 2 abilities. And then for the front, you'll have like a menu, which could technically be like a select or a start too. We'll say a menu, and then 2 tarot switchers, and then an interact button, I guess. To talk to people. Maybe 2 abilities is key. Because I'm thinking about how am I going to control all 3 abilities, right? Because I want a dodge button. You could double tap dodge, but I don't like double tap dodge. I'd rather just hit a button to dodge. And whichever direction. Some double tap dodge doesn't usually allow you to keep momentum very well. Technically, I could also use this to switch between the various abilities, I guess. Yeah, exactly, another guy. I mean, some people have a lot of buttons like that, but I'm going to plan for the generic, you know, 8-button, 2 thumbstick setup, right? I mean, you can use the directional pad too. That's fine, whatever. Because I remember when playing and testing, it's so hard to manipulate the camera and move so you can actually see where you're going to land. With the mouse and keyboard, it's super easy. So yeah, maybe that is right. Interact menu, swap between the tarot cards front, jump, dash, and then 2 abilities for each weapon. They could have a passive too, for that matter. Also true. If I did that, I would basically take the 3rd ability off of every one of these and go to only 44 abilities. Yeah, only 44 abilities, plus maybe some passives. We'd probably work down to like 50 abilities. Right now, it's more than that. It's actually more than 66 because some of the things just have 3 abilities and they have a passive. But stuff like the Emperor has a problem in that if I don't make it where it's just a passive, then you can't use any other tarot while you're under the water, which really limits what I can do down there. I'm not sure I want to do that. Also, the world has passives. So if I just eliminate the extra 3rd ability, maybe I'll go through my abilities and think about that, because I had a secondary list of ones where I was eliminating certain ones there. Originally I was going to do that weird ghost form thing, but it was
way too 11th hour to make that change. Way too 11th hour. Drastically changed how everything played. It was too good. I do need immunity to electricity, though. I don't think electricity in the pipes is going to be a thing, though. That's weird. There could be electrified water. There could be electrified water. Just save everything. Let's grab a thing with a particle attached to it and see if that particle's well, first we'll see the particles are at. Did you just like tie these to it? Like, oh no, yeah. This is a static mesh component? Huh. Huh. Alright, not expected, but okay. I mean, that's actually not a bad plan. Turn a lot of these things into like a little static mesh component, and then you don't have to have a perpetual particle running. He says he just does the particle running because, you know, this isn't a coward stream. That's right. It's not a coward stream. Didn't change anything? I was anticipating some changes. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong one. I was like, wait a minute. God. That's bright. Whoa. Well, that does not do what I want, by the way. Just in case you're wondering. I guess it makes sense. The static mesh that they did, it's just literally a tileable thing. And using a static mesh, they were able to direct it. So... why is everything so dark now? Okay, thanks. It's like I burned out my game. Oh god. It was so bright. Jesus. So if I want to put it in one of these, for instance, I could. That's just so potent. There ain't no way. Alright, well that did not work. I thought that would be cooler than it was. It was not. What an interesting thing. There's so much cool stuff in here. Over time, I'm probably going to be including all this weird crap. There's so much neat stuff in here. It's just weird extras. Yeah, you just blueprinted everything on there. Oh, it's just at the top. Okay. Hmm. It's like a dirty water jug. See previous statement. And these three particles seem to be every single one he used. And it just has to be basically the smallest stuff because it's super emissive. Interesting. Oh, and something new. Cool. I didn't think about that. Moving static mesh would in fact be able to fake electricity like that. It doesn't look so bad at a distance. I mean, it's not amazing, but it doesn't look that bad. So, that's just pure darkness right there. Everything you'd expect it to be. Very bland in that regard. There would need to be like another post process for when you're in the dark. What is the post process setup for this? Please expand all categories because I am lame. I mean, don't wish to do that the hard way. I guess not. All advanced details? No. I don't know what I did for these, but usually when you do the show all only modified properties, it shows you only the modified properties, and yet did not happen. Not sure how good this will look. It'll probably look weird. We could have just had a fog. Hmm. I don't know what this is gonna look like. We'll find out. Nothing grants immunity to death, though. Do I need this? Or do I just want it to be electricity instead? And to make this whole thing here, it's like, am I really doing this? Does that do anything? I don't know how to make the water look electrified. But I guess it wouldn't be water, it would just be electricity, but I guess... I'd have to basically be able to remove a, I'll swap the static mesh, I guess. I could just make electrical barriers that you can't pass. Instead of trying to electrify the whole water, let's just say that I put an electrical barrier on either side of it, thus implying you can't really get past it. Of course, then the question is, why is the electrical barrier stuck in one spot? Underwater, no less. I don't have a good answer for that. I don't have a good answer at all for that. That's a question that I probably should think about. So I was originally going to barricade the entrance to... Let me change this back to the other. The entrance to the engine room here. Barricade these ones here with some sort of electrical thing or some heat thing so that you can't get through. But why would it stay? Why would it stay indeed? Huh. I can have a good answer to that one. I do need some kind of a barrier though, so I suppose I had to just make some sort of child of the kill cube. What does it say? Kill barrier, I guess. Sure. Might be an electrical barrier soon, but whatever. Well, we'd just be replacing the kill cube with one of those, and then the material would be almost irrelevant. Like, I mean, I could just go through to, this one here. And then grab one of the electrical thingies, mesh for it. What's his fat? Curiosity. I don't know. What's this? Yeah, I just grab this, Yeah, that. I can just swap this out with maybe that. What the hell's the default scene group for this? I don't even know. What is this cube? Why does that move? I know why. Because I have it set specifically for a thing. Whatever. Let me I'm just gonna drag this out here and see what it looks like. See if it's even worth screwing with. Maybe. Not really, from the look of it. Kind of garbage. Actually, that effect there is kind of neat. When you're going through it like that, that is actually kind of neat. I like that. Is that useful for anything? That's a good question. I feel like I'm going through like a Stargate or something. These threads lead to other multiverses. Other pop verses. The pop verse instead of the spider verse. It's nice. I'll come back to it. I don't have a good idea yet. And without a good idea, I think I'm just spinning my wheels trying to accomplish something that's just not happened yet. Once again, I'm trying to design areas that are much farther along than they need to be. I don't know why I'm doing that. Like I could come back to it at some point later. Well, I wanted to solve a problem here with these, and then I got sidetracked a million times over. I want to see if they hit Poppet while she's on the ground, because you can't really see it, so if you can't see it, it's kind of a problem. Yeah, like, you'd have to be up here to be in, like, the light. That is definitely a problem. Also, all these aren't even in the lower decks either. This track just makes me wish the painting world was actually, you know, a place you could go in the game that actually had use. But it's not. I guess I was more correct to have like these around that height in the first place. Well, let's say I put all the hooks at the same height. Let's pick this height. This is the new height for all the hooks. Why? I don't know, just arbitrary.
this lantern here. Let's make this the new height for all the lanterns, just so I don't have to deal with it. That's probably better, because now it actually hits you when you're on the ground. And you can always jump up, because you'll double jump at this point, so you could jump up to where there's actually a thing. You could go through and place all these things with blueprints, so you could grab hold of the bottom. Might not be a bad decision, actually, so you could grab up here. You would be able to jump pretty easy, though. And not everything needs to be grabbable. But now we were affected by it pretty close, all the way out to... More importantly, you could see it. Like, if up there, it was real hard to see, because you don't typically look that far up, but you could probably notice that, and as soon as you jump on any one of these things up here, you'd see it. So that's probably correct. The question is, how many lights do I want in the lower decks? Too many lights does lead to that problem of no way to get curse power back, which is kind of a problem. Like, you can't use most of your abilities. You can always use the Fool, but it's not the best for everything. It's good, but it's not the best for everything. I'll finish these later. Who knows what they're gonna be? Something. Should I have a better idea of just deleting these rather than screwing with this hook? The hook seems like it wants to fight a little bit, and I don't wanna. Don't wanna. Sure. Don't think it'll be anywhere near as long of a stream tonight. Definitely not the 7 hours I did yesterday. It's okay. I've been trying to do shorter but more frequent streams just to kind of get things done, but not suffer the consequences I've been suffering. You know, the health problems. Sitting too much. Well, I'm not sure that's the cause, but it doesn't help. Put it that way. Might not be the main culprit, but it is not good. It's gonna be a well-lit room. Might be what happens here. It's just a well-lit room. That can always be destroyable. Like it's Castlevania or something. They may yet be destroyable eventually, sure. When in doubt, just make it explode. Everyone loves explosions. I'm probably gonna get rid of this one. I don't like it much. I'll leave the corner one out. Oh wait. Oh, that one's fine. It's weird a little, but it's fine. Yeah, the green lighting, well, the light off the green there does kind of give you a bit of extra to play with. Little something out of curiosity. I don't like the regular metal behind it though. Like, this sucks. I suspect I could do better. But the green's nice. It's just, especially at a distance like that. Like, if there was some sort of other color to those pillars besides the, you know, weird little copper bronze look that, yeah, it'd probably be better. Hmm. We could use the blue in there. There's a lot of blue in this chapter. But I'm already kind of using blue later. I don't really want to dupe the earth green there. Could also use bricks and other things like that. I could make a, you know, use some of the other stuff I've been using that doesn't have to. These reflect a lot, so the reflected light's kind of neat. I don't really like that at all because there's a weird shadow. So maybe I do need a flat surface behind it, just not something that actually reflects. Where did you get moved to? There's like dupes of a bunch of crap here. That's not good. I have to merge all that together in a bit here. Not right now, because it's super boring. I don't want to do that, but at some point. Well, there's bricks down here, there's metal, there's not a lot of these other things. I mean, I could do a wallpaper on it, I guess. I don't know how I feel about that. Any messages? Trouble with this is it doesn't actually really fit, right? Like, it's fine, but doesn't help that the light does that either. It's kind of weird. Hey, Napoli, Genie 3, I didn't know there was a Genie 1 and 2. I'm gonna go with nope. Hear me out. Nope. Was it any good? A stock crashing? Wait, what? Why? Why would it cause a crash? I don't understand. Why do this? Why this? Huh. Huh. A lot of people talk about it. I don't hear the... Yeah. Huh. Let's look into this. But the only thing is, though, is a world that you can just run around in is valueless. Like, it's good for like a movie, I guess, but you need like mechanics, you need interaction in your world, so I think it's better for movies than for games. So it won't be that long before, you know, it just generates all that. Of course, at that point, then the whole thing becomes meaningless, because if everyone can do it, then you're no longer special at all. Yeah, it doesn't look like a game at all. I guess it does. It looks like one of those trashy AAA games. There, everything looks so realistic that it doesn't look like a game anymore. I'll have to watch these things and see. Every time I ever unmute people's videos, I get copyright claimed, so I kind of gave up ever listening to videos on YouTube while streaming to YouTube. But a lot of it comes down to mechanics, like so many of these things can just generate a video, but that's not a game. And letting you have a world to run around in, well, cool to run around with, is not a game either. Like, you need objectives, things like that, you know, stuff to do in this world. Until it can do that, and once it can do that, it's then meaningless, because now everyone can just say, hand it a picture and say, these are the mechanics I want, and that's the game. But then will the game be any good, or will it just be crap like everything else AI seems to generate, where it's like good for like 10 to 20 seconds, and then after that it's devolves into random garbage kind of thing? You hate big tech bros? Yeah. It's interesting to see. I think people, so far I've been unimpressed with what AI can do. Would be the best way to put it. I'm just unimpressed. But that could change. It has its uses, but it's horrible for coding. Like, vibe coding basically leads to just trash things that you can't ever maintain, and they're very small in scope. Like, you're very limited on what AI can accomplish with them, which is probably a good thing, because the second it can program itself, we're done for. But to be fair, AI is not really any artificial intelligence at all. It's actually just, you know, a glorified search engine of a bunch of information. So it's not really actually thinking or doing anything cool like that. So it's not like it's actually going to be Terminator. Yeah, I'll have to look into it. I don't know what I could do with it, but actually that's wrong. I totally know. I could totally use it to generate cutscenes. like make like my own world and then you know, screenshots of my world and have it generate a world to run through for the cutscene. But then if it's not a bunch of models and I can't run my character through it, then what good is it for me? Like, can I merge it with Unreal Engine? I mean, these are important questions. Like, what does it really spit out? This song is so weird. I'm gonna skip it because it's too weird for me at the moment. Yeah, that's a lot of things. Like, what's actionable? Because so far, almost everything with AI is good for slop on the internet. Like, you can put slop little videos with, you know, slop dialogue on there. That because so far AI is good at generating essentially 30 seconds of content, maybe a minute if you want to try to link together some things. So it's good for like shorts and like TikTok and things, which are, you know, brain dead things. But beyond that, like, it doesn't hold any kind of cohesion to its stories. It doesn't have cohesion to its, you know, animations or anything like that. Like, anything long form is terrible. We were talking about that for like writing stories for like, you know, books and things like that. It's like, you know, when you try to do a novel, AI can't handle it because it just can't keep to a long a topic for very long before it just starts devolving off into pure random garbage. So I'm interested to see. Like I say, in 5 years, I imagine AI will basically, well, I mean, just imagine what it'll be like. It's see how much it's done in these last few years. But there's also a pretty big pushback against it too, so. I'll have to remember to look that up. Genie 3 AI. That's like their actual page. Prompt guide. Fluffy white rabbit, obviously fluffy white rabbit. With a handlebar mustache. That's all I read with those things there. I don't see anything about mechanics. You gotta log in for this? Double check. I just want to be certain that it doesn't require show off any information about me. Okay. So early research prototype currently available AI on Google AI Ultra subscribers in the US only that are 18 plus. So yeah, you can't even use it unless you pay them money, I guess. So once again, it's something that does nothing and exists just to make little TikToks and YouTube shorts. Got it. That's what I'm seeing here. Yeah, it's real good, except you can't test it. I'm sure it's good, guys. It really is. I think the most interesting thing is we really are living through the ultimate, it's the journey, not the destination. And it's really what it seems to be like. We're just in the ultimate version of that, where, you know, you can arrive at the destination as long as it's a crappy YouTube short or something. But there was no journey to get there, so nobody cares.
And by nobody cares, I mean they get millions of views. People obviously care. These people are making money. As they crowd actually interesting thing off the platforms. I hate to say it, but it almost seems like the original material was the best thing. Because I don't like the white. The black just gives a perfect, or you know, just reflects the white. That's it. I mean, it doesn't give a pleasant extra color that kind of gives a bit of a mysteriousness to this. But this area is supposed to be... Well, I mean, this is supposed to be more like below decks of like, you know, some sort of like steampunk ship type of setup. You know, it's got a bit of a pirate steampunk theme. I thought about doing regular pirates, but the reality of the matter is this is a steampunk game. So it didn't really work so great. I guess I could try red. I don't know. The problem with that is I want Sinister, but not here. You know? Like, I want the fourth area to be Sinister. Because it's not where the public goes. But here the public goes, so it's like, now it just feels Christmassy in a way, actually. Yeah, I want red somewhere else, but not here. I guess this is just the choice of champions, huh? The one that... Well, actually, I could have the more reflective one as opposed to the matted one. Honestly, I think the matted one looks better. Man. Twitch does not do well for viewership ever. Sitting there looking at it go, wow, like, sometimes it gets up to like 6 people or something, but right now YouTube has 27. YouTube's a real homie lately. I thought I hit this play a few times here, but apparently we're not playing. Yeah, I guess I just leave it as it is. I mean, I could use bricks, I guess, too, but the bricks seem weird for a pillar, and this is the same material as the wall, I guess, so that's probably fine. I mean, I could make a new one. I just don't know what color I would use, because, I mean, it's a weird foresty area above. Down here, it's mostly just metal and bricks, and the area has a green tinge to it in general. So... Well, I like how much better this room got, even though I'm not sure what to do with these yet. They just have a light on to remind me to do something, I guess. I never even finished with the, this one over here. I've kind of been jumping around a lot, you know? Like a chicken with its head cut off, just wandering. I was only gonna do like 4 hours tonight, though. It is 4 hours now, but... I think I might do away with these types of board thingies here and instead just stick with the pillars everywhere. Would that be better? I guess it has less of a piratey feel if I do that. But it also looks like the building would hold itself up too, which is kind of important. I mean, sorta. I'm gonna think about it for this area. But would I want any in here? I don't know where it would go. What are you here for? Oh, the capsule that's hidden under here. If I want that to still be there. I forgot about that. I don't even know what I'm going to put there as far as tarot cards. Before I got sidetracked on doing, I think it was this area and reworking this, I was actually putting things in place so I knew where everything was going to go. And it's been an endless stream of being sidetracked ever since. Can't really have a pillar here unless the pillar is really small. I mean, not like that, but you know, I mean, like these here. I mean, because I could toss pillars here, I guess. Small ones, it would be fine, I suppose. I definitely need to figure out some planning on a few things just to kind of reach a point where stuff's kind of a little more set in stone. But most things are pretty set in stone in this game at this point. There's a lot of already set in stone things. I could use these as a way to hold those up, I guess. It's kind of a bad setup for how this is. It's already kind of held up by this wall and those, so I don't know how necessary these would even be. If this wasn't right here, I would do something about it. This blocks it. Not acceptable. Yeah, I don't know what I'm going to put in this area yet. That's a problem. Once again, too many hallways. And you typically, the bottom portion of a hallway is not very interesting. It's usually I hide some sort of vents or something up there to make a hallway interesting because I'm not allowed to block anything. Like, you know, people have to be able to get through it. With minor exceptions, of course. But, like, if a room is built for toys, fine. But most rooms are not built for the toys. This wouldn't hold this up anyway because it's at a weird angle, so I would want to do it differently if I was going to do it. This one's probably fine, but having just one by its lonesome is also kind of weird. So I don't know how to do that. But I said I have a lot of pillars holding this building up, so might as well. One sitting here just in case, I suppose. I mean, to be fair, I guess there's some right here, so it's not really all by its lonesome in that regard. It is right there. That is true. But yeah, I kind of need a way to essentially hold up all these building things, because otherwise it would just be weird. So I could actually just start putting pillars in the center of these things, do the occasional pillar, but I kind of want to have a little more variety to it too, so. The problem right now is this isn't gamified, this is just a concept. I'll have to figure out how to gamify it later. Maybe some puzzle involving some weird little machine thingies or something, I don't know. It's not a bad idea. I'm going to want to improve this room a bit more too and have more things coming up above and stuff like that, and also down here in the water probably needs to be massively improved too. For what it's worth, this chapter is essentially almost 2 floors of the building in its own right. So it's so much bigger than the last one that I have not to do a bunch of these. Plus, there's still using the last one I keep adding to too. So the more I mess with it, the more I realize I can keep adding in so much stuff that the game seems like it's just bigger and bigger than I thought it was. But I don't believe I could cut any more floors. I think that where it's at now is everything that's necessary to make it work without a lot of compromise. And then if I were to cut another floor, I would have to make some serious compromises on what was in the game. I'm confident I can keep you busy for quite a few hours though in every one of these chapters, since it doesn't tell you where to go specifically, and there's a lot of wandering. Especially because some of the places I've been getting more and more diabolical. I mean, you gotta remember, for the gangway here, you have to figure out that you go out any one of these windows that isn't blocked and then run all the way around the outside. Get to this weird old vent here. Just so you can get access to this thing here, which means you need to figure out that you can jump from there to there, up there, get to here, get through this, and get through the little maze thing. In which case you'll get through the little maze thing and then over here you can, you know, go off on a whole other tangent to multiple rooms. Go completely the wrong way. There's lots of ways to go. I do regret that this doesn't lead anywhere new anymore. It used to. Is that where I think it does? Kinda, yeah. Not really, though. I was like, does this go into the pump room? Can I have a secret way between those? Because that would be kind of sick. Not gonna lie, I'd be loving that. We'll see, though. I'd have to do something about that here. I didn't plan for this because originally these were all in different chapters, but because of the beauty that is data layers, I can have everything on the same spot now, and now it's like, maybe. Why is this so low? What was the point of this? I just put it here to arbitrarily put it here? I guess I didn't want them on top of this. Huh. I can't really move it up very easily. It would be very hard to do so. A lot would have to change if I wanted to link it to the pump room somehow. I'm looking for places to put moon doors, you know, that let you get into places you weren't supposed to, because down here in this room was a moon door. So having a way down to here would be pretty cool. But to do that, the problem is this is kind of used up already. Also, this can be moved farther out. A lot of these are kind of stuffed into the wall. Interesting. I guess I didn't really fix this room when I made a bunch of changes. Fix it now. Whatever I can do to make the game more interesting, right? This isn't even attached. You see how lame these are by comparison to those pillars? They're just boring to look at. They're not that like, horrible, but they're kind of horrible. So if I ran one directly into here, it would need to be like way farther down. And pipes in these don't typically connect very well. Also, how big is this wall? What am I looking at here? How bad do I hate myself if I do this? There's a lot of hatred in that one. That's a big wall. So I have to remake that whole wall just for that? I'll remake that whole wall. How many times I've remade that wall? But in theory, I mean, I'll investigate it. I'll probably end up remaking it at some point for certain, but maybe not. So we need to be like this. And it had to go downward from there, probably. Which honestly would mean... Actually, that's really not very far down. That's... I would have to lower this whole side just to do it. Which I suppose could happen. Like in hypothetical world. I would want to go find the browse to asset here. You want the three-way duct? I have to go to like here. This isn't even touching the wall. Yeah, I'd have to put the hole right there. And then like a grate over that. Actually, it'd probably be lower than that, wouldn't it? Would it? Kinda, yeah. Can't be much lower. It doesn't be like that. I've never connected them together like that before. Like the grates and pipes have never connected. Hey, Shrill Duck. It's going great, actually. I keep adding more and more crap that I probably shouldn't. Now that I can merge the levels together to make, like now they're on the same map, I can merge things together that weren't mergeable before. But recently I have, the last couple days, besides improving a bunch of areas, I made a new water material. I guess I'll let up a thing like that. I have data layers for everything, but you can see the crazy water material, which is very exciting. That's how you turn around. Well, thanks again, Sarah, for the gift. What did it say? Let me read the message real fast here. For the yes, critical hit. Yes. Thank you, thank you. Wow. You're single-handedly funding my entire YouTube career over there. So this new water reacts to stuff too. Oh, actually, one second. Also need to remember to update the rankings. Rankings?
Where are you at? Aha! Definitely the biggest YouTube support. Well, the only YouTube support at the moment. But so far, I think the TX is currently the biggest supporter as far as money thrown. But you're like second, like definitely second. That's because at one point he bought 15 subs for me or something on Twitch. It's like $5 in. Water walking? Yeah, exactly. Oh, it froze. Okay, that's weird. We'll showcase some stuffs. I've been adding more things where you go into the water to get to various places and travel between areas. I have my dev outfit. It's only gettable via dev, things like that. These buttons aren't supposed to be here, they're just my testing buttons, but they lower the water. To get to various places, mostly seeing it here. Where you keep lowering the water to get to various things. I also added clams now. The old keys. Which is just good times. Maybe the best times. And walking back so people can't go walking away. It's not a bad plan. My current plan for swimming is simply to you basically just have limitless jump under the water. And I just slow time. Oh, I added a grading system down here now too, so you can break these grates to get farther in. I haven't really designed much of the rooms down here, but there's pathways. I need to add the water in this room. But I'm building an engine room in here, so like it's running all the steam and water throughout the building, which gives me more places to wander. It's also very tall. Can I get out? I mean, I could just cheat. Alright, not that. It's not the cheat I want. Definitely people who have older monitors have a hard time. I need to have a gamma setting, essentially. So people can see these things, because, you know, on old monitors, like where the contrast isn't very good, it can be real tough to see. Also, there's no lights in these rooms, so that doesn't help. Also, I guess that messes that up when I do it that way. Whatever. I'll have to fix that later. This thing is currently not perfect. Yeah, now you can probably see a little better. Yay! I added blue to it, everything, so there's like a blue shadow to everything now. Or blue light, so it makes it look dark. Wee. This area is definitely darker than the other one, so it's going to get a bit more work to make it nicer. And a gamma setting, just straight up a gamma setting for the game. And you can swim up through the pipes to get to places. Where I've been experimenting with having water tubes, basically, like, you know, so that even if you drain the air around the pipes, it doesn't drain the pipe. I can't see why I say why. Ah, okay, yeah. Yeah, it's a dark game. You can't have any kind of things like that on, probably. It's supposed to be nighttime. I'm definitely gonna add additional lights to these things, so we'll see how it goes. I mean, the battle for the lights has always been a problem. Ugh, terrible heartburn right now. Ugh, the worst.
Yeah, you can swing your way through all these places, get to things where you shouldn't. That's how you get to the boss. I might need to tone down the underwater effect a bit too, because the underwater effect adds that extra layer of dark, and I think it's probably pretty viewable when that's not on. But yep, the new way to get to the boss is much more interesting. So that's fun. I even added in a giant piano. I mean, I usually do alcohol to do that, but it's not healthy to drink alcohol all the time, so I was trying to avoid drinking too much. Because the punishment for that is also a thing. Well, I'm not sure that's true. It might be punishment for other things, but whatever you're drinking, doesn't sound good. Oh, energy drink. Yeah, those... I'm too old to be pounding caffeine, let's put it that way. I figured it out. I'm too old for that. It ain't gonna work out in my favor at all. Yep, now I made the piano giant, so you can jump on the keys. Well, supposedly jump on the keys. I made it a simple code at the moment, but... I gotta increase the hit size in these though. And if you got one, which I made simple. Yeah. I just mean in general energy drinks, like all that caffeine in it doesn't agree with me like it once did. And I have secret doors that open up if you fulfill whatever condition. I don't know why there was a thingy here. Oh, okay, it just didn't load. Things loading a little slow, if you know what I'm saying. Yeah. Probably have a bunch of data layers currently loaded. All this just so you can get temperance up there. So I thought that was pretty cool. I gotta work on the rest of this room because there's just nothing in it. Maybe I should get more alcohol. I don't know. Heartburn is rough. Not a fan. Don't get old. That's my advice to everyone out there. As I was saying earlier, if you're getting old, stop getting old, get young again. Trust me, it'll work out. I guess the question, when was the last time you saw the game? That could probably dictate a lot too. On what's new. There's a lot. I made the Haunted Gallery, which is the replacement for the painting world, because it made no sense to have the painting world exist in the first place. It just made Tika seem way important when she didn't need to be. It is down in chapter 3. Oh, actually, this is just a fun thing. I like to show it to everyone because it's fun. I need to put keys so I don't have to open all the doors and just run around here. Be a lot easier. But hear me out, I didn't do that. That's the whole hear me out. It's just I didn't do it. I'll open up a bunch of thingies. Sure. I don't even remember which game you said you were working on, if you even told me you were working on a game. I figured you were, but I don't remember much about it. My memory is so terrible. I remember where I'm at half the time, it seems like. So yeah, since everyone wants to go play in the city, I decided I'd make a little scale model of the city. I might do Rampage with it. Where, you know, you can break portions of the buildings, cause the buildings to fall. I made little cars that spawn. They break because I put a bunch of junk on them. They can go flying off. Their hitbox is awful. Just absolutely awful. They were literally a 30-second, actually like a 15-minute throw together for purposes of a social media post. All right. There's nothing copyrighted in this, right? Just to double check. Because I'm also streaming to YouTube and they crucify people. Yeah, they do. It looks like there's nothing crazy going on as far as that. Yeah. Check it out. I think there's a sound, but as long as there's nothing I have to worry about. So I don't think I'll watch 35 minutes or anything. That's a bit much. Yeah. Noise.
We haven't got everything situated, but hey.
I want ladders now.
Can't see in here.
I have no ladders. I approve of all addicts, by the way. Hey, you complain in my games, Dark. What the hell, man?
Yeah, I still haven't put anything in here though. But yeah, all the sounds are not like complete, but still have to.
Yeah, I'm just messing with you.
We fell. Ouch,
The world, it's no falling through it.
Oh.
The secret, if you want your game to do well, is make your game about Asmongold's house, apparently, because he'll play your game.
I love it.
As long as it's about Asmongold, he'll play it.
Yeah.
1 million people will see your game. Quite literally.
So,
I remember the one where someone turned Asmongold, like, they did all Asmongold's house and they made Asmongold a serial killer.
run into the-
And millions of people saw him play it.
Here we go. This
Yeah.
is our
Nice area.
marketplace. We haven't filled it up yet, but this is our like hotel area over here. This is we got this situated.
It looks like a lot of space for a game.
The 2-story hotel.
But what sort of game is it going to be? I mean, is this a horror game? Is it some sort of survival game, or?
Yeah. This is the area you come in to the market area. This is a town over here.
Because the game looks positively massive so far.
Kind of funny. Yeah.
It's funny, the farther I get into game dev, the more, like, you know,
Do the whole town though.
things seem much more massive when I realize how long it takes to fill them full of content.
Redoing the whole town, but we got it placed to go. We got a
Could be
windmill
RPG, I
over
guess.
here.
Oh my god, windmill. Now I want a windmill. Except for there's no point in having a windmill in my steampunk world.
Yeah. All these buildings will be walkable. So, yeah.
I mean, every time you put Asmongold in a game, he like his like Reddit will find it for him and
Grab another
he'll at least clip it or whatever.
because our flashlight's like half full right now.
Like I don't know if he'd play a whole game based if he was just an Easter egg in the game. You might look at a video of him being an Easter egg in a game,
So we'll
but
go ahead and run in
if the game's about him,
and
oh
grab
god,
another flashlight.
it's the best advertisement ever. I'd be like making a horror game about Markiplier.
We still need to set up some of the sounds.
At this, you know he'd play it, 100%.
We have some boards here that we didn't add sound to.
It looks like you have a very good
Go back in here.
horror game setup or like, you know, zombie game setup in this going on. So, okay, yeah. Oh, that makes a lot more sense then, yeah.
Let's go ahead and get
Because I was gonna say, I guess it's, if this is an RPG, it's a very weird setup for an RPG, but
the next.
for a horror game, I'm definitely feeling it.
I didn't set the flash.
You should just put this in Markiplier's backyard so he plays it. Huh? 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 Like, this is Markiplier's backyard he never talks about. Or sure, it could just be Markiplier chased you here or something like that.
We have
Or Asmongold. It's just literally just your villain is one of them. We do well. Huh. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool. I'm feeling it, feeling it. You have a big map. What's this? What this? Oh, I thought that was a castle.
there's the graveyard.
Okay. The picture made a little castle, like a little Disney castle.
It's not like complete. They'll have more stuff to work on.
Yeah. I don't know. I thought that wall there was like a
Oh, we got another
the wall of a
flashlight,
house.
side.
So, and then it wasn't. It was just a fence, basically. Well, you definitely have a very big area going on here, and it's very detailed. Also, skeleton. Hey, how's it going? Just laying here doing my thing. Don't mind me.
Ba-dum-bum-bum. We got crouch. We can look this way. We can look that way.
But the question is, what's the mechanic of the game? Like, what are you using to? Is it like what is your gameplay loop? That's a question like few people ever seem to really consider. It's like, I'm making this type of game. Okay, what's the mechanics you can use in this game? I mean, like, the area is huge, very huge.
What do you have here for us? Oh, it's another flashlight.
Okay, it's the first dual flashlights. Yeah, your menu, nice, nice.
I don't know if it's gonna. I haven't tested out if you grab flashlights.
Yeah, this is a very, very, very
Is there
big game.
asylum?
I appreciate asylums.
We can technically turn this off.
I don't think that's true. It's very dark.
Look at this chair. Woo! Turbo spin there, baby. Yeah. if you turn
Nice,
the
nice.
chair, you like spin. Like,
Huh.
like you can actually spin.
That's cool.
You can push that around.
Hmm.
Look at it. Look at it. Ben, look at it.
Boing.
Oh no, it's going outside. Oh,
Well, it's a very big game.
switch or whatever. This is
That's
the
cool.
medical room.
I like the lighting on that, the purple lighting. No, I want purple lighting. You see where this is a problem here? I can't watch people's games, otherwise I want things. And then I add things.
This is
It's pretty big. You're gonna say this is cool. And then I moved it ahead without thinking. Hey, why is that cool? Did I miss something? No.
Uh-oh.
Oh well.
Just fly over there.
Yeah.
That's what we're going through showing the
Yeah. Oh, it's cool. I mean, I'm not gonna sit there for like 30 minutes and watch everywhere you walk.
Try to save our battery. Yeah, we
Um,
got this
but
set up over here. We haven't added any horror events yet.
yeah,
We added in a bathroom. And look,
it's very, very, very
you hear
massive.
the tile sound? Ooh.
Yeah.
We also fixed the lights too. See the lights?
I remember trying to figure out how to do mirror reflections. It was a lot more effort than I expected.
Glowy.
Yeah.
Like have that like glow in the back.
That's cool.
Just, like it looks fuzzy and blurry. Yeah. So we still
They
have
post-process on that.
Just walking through the game so far.
It's a very big game.
No sound different here.
What's your timeline for this game? Like, how many years you looking at spending on it? That's cool.
Yeah, look at that.
Because it looks like you put a huge amount of time into designing areas for it. That's true.
Oh, look.
But man, populating that with content's gonna be rough. Oh my god. I guess to be fair with horror games, you can use up two big areas with like chase sequences and the like. Sometimes you got movies, yo.
I don't know what that's gonna play.
Oh god. You found the porn collection. Run! Today, Asmongold killed 5 people. Wait, what? Oh god.
Okay.
Huh.
It looks blank.
It is in fact blank. Yeah, that's cool. So you got all the goodies and everything?
Then you'll be able to
Get your diary there. A torch to light the enemies on fire, I guess. It's rare you have torches in games and like horror games, unless it's like, you know,
we're on the
medieval
road,
horror.
baby.
That's neat. And then space.
You run
Because there's a secret dog ending, just like in Resident Evil. No, sorry, in Silent Hill, the secret dog ending.
through all the buildings in the town though.
That's cool. It's very big. It's very, very big. So it'll be interesting to see what you do with it. Oh, I didn't, oh yeah. I guess I didn't have you followed. I actually didn't know you streamed. To be fair. Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like the more I do this, the more I realize what I thought was big, or what I thought was small, was actually huge because the time it takes to put content here, and I'm just going through spending like days just working on individual rooms, adding the content. Like building the layout isn't that hard, but the amount of changes I have to make to and all the events and then the enemies and things like that. I mean, like, it's perfectly normal to spend a week on a room, maybe longer, as I go back and change things and try to come up with better ideas and things. And it's like, content takes so long. You can make a huge map in these games in just no time flat, but I've been reducing the size of my game over and over and over because, quite simply, it was delusional for how much I thought I could fit, or how much I could do. Now it's only a 5-level building because, I mean, I spent a year and a half working on the first chapter. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, level design takes very little. Well, I guess I say like, building an area that you can just run around in takes very little time. Building an area that is like factors in for like gameplay and everything like that, it takes longer. It depends on the kind of game you're making too. If it's just a walk around style game, then they're like one and the same of, you know, how pretty things are versus, you know, that your gameplay is just walking around. So it's not too bad. If your game's like a Metroidvania, then I need to have all these weird mechanics in and things. But even then, you'll have to include puzzles and things. Turn my heater up. So yeah, it's just, it takes so long for all the, like, you know, gameplay design setups and everything like that.
to go back through. It's very time consuming. Very much. I also have to make like 50 enemies. I think I've made 22 of them at this point. Not including bosses. Of which there are 12 boss fights in the game that are part of the story. I have 2 of them. That's wrong. I have 2 of the Charlotte fights are playable. So technically I have 4 of 12 done. And they're not like polished. That's the other thing. Like it's like, oh, I made this stuff that's so cool. And then you gotta polish it. You gotta polish it. Yeah, exactly. I'm doing a little bit of horror design, but not at the level like that. You know, whenever Charlotte shows up, it becomes kind of horror game-esque. So I've kind of been learning a little bit about it, but it's definitely not a horror game, so it doesn't have the same ring as a horror game. But the fact that you get use these big, huge areas for chasing, like a monster chasing you around, does mean you use it like big sections of a building, big sections of an area. Like this room is huge, but it's entirely used for Charlotte chasing you around, and that's it. And so you don't have to worry about anything else. Should I put a nav mesh down here? I did. And so I don't have to worry about a whole army of things that I would be doing. And that's kind of nice, because when the monster's chasing you, you don't need all the detail, and that's kind of cool. But everywhere where there's not that, oh god, like this is so much you got to do. It's wild. Yeah, need some horror events during your game. Yeah. I mean, my game's not really horror. Like, you are being chased occasionally by Charlotte. She's mostly playing games with you versus anything else. But it's definitely a very different methodology behind it than a horror game. Because throughout the game, you're gaining more and more power. And because of that, it's pretty hard to horrify a player when, you know, you're only getting stronger. Like, the stronger you get, it's like, am I really that scared of something anymore? Oh, she's hiding back there. Nope. She's trying to trick me. Like, I'll give her voice samples and everything like that, and then she'll be much more terrifying. Right now, without the sound. Sound does so much for horror. I need a good way to do a ghostly voice for her. I'll probably have to... Well, I plan on hiring some voice actors or something to deal with the characters in the game, because there's too many women. I can't voice act a woman, obviously, so... Especially a young girl, Jesus. That ain't gonna go over well. I don't know where she went. She's gone places. She's over there. Oh my god. Yeah. Let's put the polish thing thrown in like that. Like, the gameplay works for this. So she'll chase after you. She poses a threat, and, you know, you'll have to go through and hit the buttons in the right order to get out. Don't let her catch you. She doesn't have a jump scare yet, but, you know. I also need to balance Poppet's dodge. Oh, her dodge is actually somewhat pretty balanced now by comparison to what it once was. You stay over there. So once I get that going, I think this will be pretty good, like, horror-wise. So, like, when you do things like this, this takes up such a huge space. I kind of wish I had more encounters against Charlotte, but the reality of the matter is, I don't. I also give little safe zones. I could give like tiny little holes to hide in or something. I actually don't want this light on. I prefer to gain curse power back, so I could dodge more.
Baby, you see what a big section of this area, like this whole room here is literally where this encounter is, and you see how big it is on the floor. It's like almost 8% of the floor for this one encounter, where I did spend a bunch of time setting up things like that because this is the top half of this encounter. This is the first half of the encounter. Oh, oh. I should probably be more patient, but I'm not. Now I'm at a curse. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, I don't want this on. Need a small amount of curse to get through there. Nope, 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 nope. Oh, actually, I don't even know why I need that here. This is that thing right here I can just stand by. Because it's a light. How you doing? So yeah, it's not, there's no horror as long as she doesn't make, like, let you know she's there. Like, you might see her, and then that can be a little terrifying, but beyond that. And then you go back over the top where a second portion of the game is played, but. So I do have horror elements going on. I've been just working on redesigning these things for a while. This is kind of a fun little just dick around where you're. Gives you a bit of a break, you know, before you realize, hey, wait a minute. You have to go back in. Because, you know, if they're always on edge, then it wouldn't work too well, but they're not always on edge. Where you play a new version. Somehow I end up with the fool there. Giving my game, like sort of find out what happened. Island for the most part. I have puzzle horror events and find out how anything. I want to add it. I'll add it, and that's yeah. Kind of like a Resident Evil style, except for without the zombies and the guns. I'm sure there's, you know, ones that are more accurate to what you're making. I'm not thinking of what they're called at the moment for some reason. It's because I don't have enough alcohol in my system. Kind of feels like it. Nah, I don't really want to drink anymore. Light system, yeah. Like a sanity thing where, you know, if you're in the dark, you have issues or something like that, or you hallucinate or something. Kind of like what I'm doing, but I don't really do the horror element of it per se. Originally, I was a little more horrifying with it. I really did. Like, when it's more dilapidated stuff, I definitely made it a lot more dark and sinister, but now I've made it less like that because, you know, it's Metroidvania. It's Metroidvania. It's Metroidvania. I guess I could optimize a bit too. Should be in the Hall of Records. So it's not always loading. And not the pump room. Oh, lights make it go away? Okay. Alright. I can see that. That's cool. Because, you know, gives people something to do, because otherwise, like, a lot of the walking games just don't give you anything to do. It's like, I'm just so engrossed in your story. But are you, though? Are you really? Because I'm very rarely engrossed in someone's story on that level, you know? Like, it's cool, but am I that engrossed? Though I do play point and click adventures, usually on my phone, though, if I'm going to play one, and I'll be like laying in bed looking for a way to fall asleep. And I often find that if I do lots of puzzles, I'm more likely to fall asleep. Reading doesn't work. Oh god, I'll be up all night if I read. I ain't doing that. No. I'm making sure everything's in data layers here. I can do a bit of optimization here real fast. Well, these aren't data layers. That's fine. I don't care about those. But I've been dumping crap everywhere. At least I thought I was dumping crap everywhere, but I guess I have not. Nothing is apparently not in data layers. Ooh. Well, these are going to go in the data layers too when I get done with making whatever they do. Not that. Don't add a layer of room info. Wonder if I should have a light in my game that appears. I mean, technically I do have the sun. He doesn't do anything yet. Text to speech to read the notes in the game. Oh, fair enough. I mean, AI voices, you know, they're cheap. They're cheap. I like Speechify. They've got ones with voice inflections that's just awesome to hear. I haven't done anything with this one yet for the most part, and it doesn't look great yet, but she's got little glasses. Ooh, glasses though. I need to make the particle smaller. She runs around these little sun thingy, and she makes suns. They don't do anything yet. Should make them. They're just here. Maybe I'll make them explode or something. They act as lights. Well, they would if I had another world enabled. The stuff that I just haven't done anything with yet. I guess it's a cool setup. She doesn't have much of a wand for it. It looks kind of like a crap torch. Weird extras. But at least for the prototypes for this game, or like the playtest versions, I'm just going to use like Speechify to do like voices for those. And later on, when I get enough money, if I can get money like to finance it, then I'll just, you know, hire real voice actors. When the story's a lot more in place. So text to speech could be fine also for the playtest versions. Give justice a particle. I probably should give it a better thing to make the bullet cooler. Actually, we got a massive improvement. This is probably the most done room in the game. When the data layer loads it. And then use text speech on the notes of the part of the game. Well, that's fair. I figure for like a prototype it'd be okay. For some reason it's having some issues with that. I think it's because my computer's overloaded with so much crap at this point. Now is an ad break running? Nice. Yeah, you know, whatever. Alright. I don't think I ever did anything with the tower. Or maybe I did add something and I never finished it. Oh yeah, I was launching things at one point and I never gave it a thing yet. So now it launched these little tower thingies that just kind of little chess pieces. I was gonna do the Empress launching mushrooms, but then I kind of didn't. And these might have been ways to destroy tower walls, so I might do that. I'm not above the whole swapping it down to just 2 abilities thing. I'm debating on the thing like that. I don't think these even deal damage to enemies at this point. all these things that I'm gonna make at some point. I might eventually just make them all. Like, you know, just sit down there and do it. Oh, damn. That's a beast. That is one hell of a beast. Yes. Yes, indeed. Wish I had a better graphics card, but I don't really care that much because I don't need a better one. I just always wish I had a better one. I have 2 graphics cards. It's kind of like okay. Sort of. Maybe. Hmm. 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 Ah. And people are like, oh, you'd be a VTuber. And I was like, my computer's not going to handle OBS, my game, and Unreal Engine 5. Are you high? I need these so that they show the world too. I might want to do additional upgrades to this. Maybe I just, you know, have upgraded versions of these abilities. I don't know. So I just have 2 graphics cards, so I have a 6700 XT and a 3060 Ti. So between the 2 of them, that's 20 gigs of VRAM. And basically the 3060 is what handles OBS and the like. And the 6700 is what's handling the engine and the game. It would be more ideal if it was 1 graphics card, sure, but yeah, about that. Oh yeah, the Temperance upgrade was so good. It looks better now. The game-ready weapons are so much different than the non-game ready. Like, the Temperance is just a game-ready weapon. It's like the Fool. Then you have like Justice, which is kind of like, it works, but it's not that game-ready. I don't know. I would do like a VTuber if I thought that I could do it. I guess. Actually, I don't know if I would. I honestly don't. I don't know if I care enough. I know people like them, but I don't usually watch VTubers. I don't connect very well with cartoon characters. Not usually. It's fine, I guess, but I just don't. Yeah? Okay, that's fair, fair. I mean, my power bill would like such a thing. My bank account doesn't want to buy one of those, though. God, so many things to work on here. There's something else I was going to showcase, but I forgot what it was. Oh, I guess strength. Strength's a fun one if you haven't seen it yet. Or at least it should be fun, if it still works. Did it break it? Apparently I broke it. Okay, well never mind. I broke it somehow. Maybe it doesn't attach if it insta-kills him? Shouldn't it? It should attach. Huh. Oh well. He usually impales enemies and carries them around. You get to bash other enemies with him, but I guess I broke it somewhere along the line. Yes, whatever. That's a future me problem. Future me is not current me. Pretty much. I've gotten sidetracked where I'm not actually accomplishing anything. That's fine. It's mostly just designing levels anyway. Then I got sidetracked. Probably being designing a different area, and then I get sidetracked and designing a different area, and swear I design areas like, you know, a chicken with its head cut off, just running around. Just it's like, this is cool, this is cool, this is cool. I'm gonna make this. This is cool. Not reality, I should probably call it, but I think what was should really have buttons in here to lower and raise the water to see where things are at. Down in the lower area here. I guess I was in okay shape in general on this map. Other than this rock is obviously floating. Oh, I know what I wanted to change. I was recalling back to this test here where I put this rock here and I expected you to be able to go through it real easy, and you can't. This game's so much cooler in the dark. That's the secret. You can make your game much uglier as long as it's dark, right? You know, nobody can see how ugly it is. No. If your game's built for the dark and you put it in the light, it's not going to look good. It's just how it works. Yeah, so that's over there, but this is what I'm more worried about here. Actually, I'm just going to go with the immunity to water so I can fall in the water a bunch of times and not have to restart. There's no music playing. I guess I have no music for the underworld? Really? Well, I bet it was music. This was what I was worried about here. Jumping up there actually pushed you backwards. Exactly. You don't have to worry as much about your graphics being amazing if the game, you know, is in the dark. For some reason, I thought I should light up the dark. That was a mistake. Why didn't I just leave it dark? Now, horror games are the best for that reason, because, you know, people are busy running away from something that'll instant kill them, so they don't have time to look at how crappy you did something, because they're too busy trying not to die. And, you know, it's already dark, so you don't have to design things well. The games don't have to be super long or anything, because, you know, people are excited about, like, a 2-hour horror game. Meanwhile, those of us making any kind of game with, like, you know, leveling and progression are like looking at 10, 20, 30 hours of content. So much content. I keep trying to make all these rooms somewhat unique too, which is a problem. Some rooms are hard to make unique. Yeah, this works okay. I didn't hit my head in anything. Camera didn't get all wonky on me. If you double jump, it gets wonky, but I'm gonna assume you're smart enough not to double jump here. If not, well, that's a bummer. That's actually hard to hit, though. That I need to make that easier to get to. I should be able to jump this easy. I guess you can. I mean, I suppose it doesn't have to be that easy. Yeah, it's fine. I just suck. I guess if you did this to the side, it'd actually be the better strategy. Hit your head. I have to pick some music for down here because I hate going through areas with no music, or just have generic music playing. That same generic music that plays in the Hidden Grotto and has just been there forever. You just have the Emperor right now. You just go through the water at this point. Do these touch the ground? Yeah, they do. Hmm. You know, I originally had this where you were going through these little areas down here to get, like, maybe potentially come from above and go down, but what if you go up instead? Where would you go? I have to make more holes in the walls to get to places. Hmm. I also need to put these pipes above the water because it's just awkward otherwise. Because you end up with this problem, and I have to put special water inside these pipes just so you don't have this problem. Have nowhere to really go. So originally I was going to go into here and then have you wander around down there to get to something, but... And this mushroom is the brightest mushroom ever. It's the holy mushroom. It's because it's a reflection off of that, I think. Combination. What tracks do I have for this? Good question. I just one already had one picked, but no, I don't think so. I even have Poppet's blueprint open. It's a rarity. I do. I could have sworn I had something for the Underworld already. I do not. The various unused ones. Sit all day on this one. No. Maybe. Because you are going down into, like, you know, like the underworld. It's just the lower portion of this aquarium. Add it to the music thing so it can be altered by a sounding like that. Loop it. Go over to Poppet here. There's so much of my game laid out at this point. I can make like a bajillion more enemies, that's all. This is all underwater initially, but when you come back in, you've lowered the water. At least, you know, there's two different points you come back in, lower the water. I'm just gonna have this so I can jump in the water and not have to hear the music all over again. Pull that up.
It's not horrible, but I'm also just not feeling it either. I think because looking at this doesn't evoke any kind of sinister air. It might be called the Underworld because I just named it that because I thought it was funny and I couldn't think of anything else to name at the time. But when you look at the way the, like, you know, the mushrooms and the water, like this is really more like, you know, some cave in Wonderland than it is anything sinister. And sure, it's not even remotely finished and there's all kinds of floating things that keep changing stuff, but it's the wrong music. It is. It does sound like another quest, but not quite what I'm thinking here. Definitely not a battle. No. It's just not creepy. Definitely not. No. Good boss fight. I think I might use that track somewhere already. I don't think it fits for what I'm doing here, but I like the notes in this, but I don't like the back music. Like those notes I like. Almost like the childlike notes like that, but then the weird, you know, sudden just in the background thing, I don't like that. Maybe I'm not sure if there's gonna be any enemies in this area or not. So maybe with enemies are there, but it's underwater. This is just too upbeat. Wow. It sounded more like you were going on an adventure or quest or something like that to do some sort of journey somewhere versus going through a cave. Yeah. Combat. Yeah. No. Yeah. It's one of those I know when I hear it. Yeah, a nice hopeful thing here. I put things in here just in case it would prove interesting. Though a lot of times more adventurous music actually fits a lot better than you'd expect. Like, I don't think this would necessarily fit what I'm doing here. Well, definitely not with the things like that, but you really are on more of like a almost like a magical adventure feel a lot of times, even though it's not actually, it's more of a sinister setup here, but it doesn't come across as sinister. So most of the music I thought would fit the game doesn't. I mean, I don't really think it's great for that, but
I mean, we'll jump around just for funsies, but I don't think it fits for the setup. But I think a lot of times it's... You really want something that's a little more mesmerizing, a little more like, you know, just caught in a weird, almost dreamy world, but with a bit of adventure going on. I don't know. It's maybe a little macabre in there. That's about it. It's kind of... which new things? I mean, they're always adding something. Is there one that in particular that excites you? This track is so not good for this one here. Still plays better than the other did, though. Yeah. I didn't think so. New stuffs. What are you talking about? We got all this meta sound thing. I don't even know what to do with this. So I just kind of ignored it. Whenever I have no idea what to do with something in these, if I can't tell you what I was going to use it for immediately, I don't ever look at it beyond that because I just assume it wasn't made for me. Like in my mind, you just put the sounds in. Like, well, what does it do? I don't get it. Spectral effects, maybe? Yeah, we could look into it. Having something be spectral if it sounds ghostly would be good. That sounds nice. SFX generator? What? You make stuff? Huh. It looks complicated, like some sort of DJ thing. Yeah. Huh. It looks complicated. I've long since learned to ignore 99% of whatever Epic makes unless I can tell you exactly what I was going to use it for in my game in advance. Because they produce stuff so fast that you can't even learn it as fast as they're producing the crap. And so stop looking. Also 5.7 is a dumpster fire. Oh my god. Even 5.7.2 had like bugs that just I couldn't put. The game couldn't continue with the bugs that it had. They were so bad. Like 5.7.1 was horrific. I've never seen a more buggy release of Unreal Engine, other than obviously 5.7. But 5.7 itself is the most buggy release of Unreal Engine. I'm waiting for 5.8 or 5.73 to update. Yes. Yes, indeed. I should probably balance pretty quick here. As much as I would like to continue streaming the whole time. The thing I'm more excited about though, gosh, thinking about it, they have maybe it says it on here, I don't know. All right, so it's something I wanted to make in UE since they have part of what I want. He's like, oh yeah, that's cool. I mean, anytime they can do something that you can use, nothing wrong with that. There's a new thing for 5.7 that comes with a huge amount of VFX. And I don't remember what it was. You know? Would you already find it? Yeah. And this would be great. I really want it, but unfortunately, they slaved it to 5.7, which is not a, you know, it's not a release of Unreal Engine that's ready for the public. Like it's like an alpha version of Unreal Engine. So whenever they release the real version of that, I'm very excited by this. Unfortunately, it's gonna be a bit, isn't it? I mean, I could install the dumpster fire that is 5.7 and then, you know, test it. But I'm more excited by these little thingies. Maybe there's nothing I like. I'm just hoping there's a cool effect or two that I don't have, you know, that'll help out a lot. Or maybe this will actually do like lightning and strike the player or something, which would be kind of cool. Cause, or maybe that's what I should use. I should have Tesla coils or something that shoot electricity. Yeah, yeah, that could be good. I was thinking of electric shots, but there's like little Tesla coils that are just firing electricity everywhere. Oh. Yeah, yeah, that would be good. That I can get behind. If I wasn't so tired, I'd just open the project up and test it, I guess. I mean, I could install it if I felt like it. I logged in. I'll just go the other way. Oh, I already have it in my library. Not surprising. You got lots of Niagara stuff. There's another free pack. It's not that exciting though. Might be though. Particles don't ever look good if they're not moving. Whoa, whoa. I see. Let's see. I have other VFX. That's cold fire and stuff to play, so I can make. Oh, nice. Like just a thing that does the outline of them. I have a couple of those particles. I need more of them because they're awesome for any kind of power-ups or things like that. Because you don't want something that just completely blocks the screen, like half the particles do. You want something that is muted but able to get the job done to showcase if something's working. Yeah. Maybe that's what you're looking for, like buff particles instead or something like that. Huh. I don't know. Walk into it is a buff there. Okay. It was like, didn't make as much sense before. I was like, okay. What the hell is this? Kinetic sculpture. Huh. Free. I mean, these could be interesting. Imagine an enemy that's made out of paper or something. I mean, it's kind of terrifying. Sort of. Huh. 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 That's interesting. I don't know what I'm gonna do with it, but it's interesting. My brain's just off at this point. I'm not gonna accomplish anything good from this point on tonight, I'm sure. It'll definitely be a tomorrow thing for like 90% of everything. Oh, you did? It does look terrifying. Do you know what would make this thing not terrifying though? If it was like this tall. It's just a little tiny thing. It runs up to like your ankle and you're like, what the hell?
That'd be a really funny, like, you know, movie that someone did. Like a little, like, you know, just a little short film or something like that. And, you know, they make this thing seem like this really horrifying, you know, creature that's just chasing through the darkness like that and sneaking up on a person that, you know, like that. And then suddenly it cuts to seeing, like, you know, the thing run up to the person's ankle, ready to, like, you know, attack it. And the person just kind of steps on it. He's like, what the hell is this? You're just like, and that's the whole thing. That's just where it ends. Like, huh. I should just make funny things all the time. That'd be so much better than making games. I love making games, but you're saying that would be done in short order.
Forgot the thing. Everything I added, the little sculpture thing. I guess I was gonna look at it. My brain's like, nope.
Ugh. Yeah, it should be cool. Should lead to a fun experience there.
You can also put Asmongold's head on it still, so and it's like got the same build, right? It's also his bald, right? Perfect. 10 out of 10. Halfway there. What the hell's that? Oh, those things I'd have to read. I can't read. I don't want to read it. I'll get excited by things. I'll spend forever messing with it. And yeah.
All right, I think I'm gonna bounce. As much as I'm enjoying chatting, I'm also like half awake at this point. Oh, you sent something? Oh, you got some new thing? I'll look at this first. What do we got? What do we got?
I think I got this as part of a humble bundle. I'm almost certain I did. Except for I don't like the ground thing at all. But this guy had his every VFX he had for the most part available in a humble bundle. Yeah. And so I'm using a bunch of them. I really am. I forgot which ones were really good. Like, there's a lot of them. These were not good. These sucked. These are, the stylized stuff looks horrible. Because your game has to be completely stylized for them to work for anything useful. And I'm using the vampire light. It's actually trying to be pretty useful, even though it's not a VFX. This was like everything he had. I don't think I used the screen VFX, but whatever, I don't care. It's already hard enough to see. I don't think I need more crap on the game. But yeah, it was a very, very good one. Very, very good indeed. I paid like $25 for everything this guy makes. That's the best way to get stuff for your game. Just humble bundle everything. Just keep your eye on humble bundle. You'll save $1 million making your game. Speaking of which, what is humble bundle today? Anything cool? Not really. Nothing exciting. Yeah. Yeah, this is just more Dark Fantasy Studio. I basically have everything in that already. I don't need it again. Thank you. Yeah, nothing that's neat for me today, but sometimes it works out. All right.
Alright, it's time for me to head off to sleep. Thanks for hanging out and chatting, Shrill. And I'll be back tomorrow. And thanks for the dono, Sarah. Thanks again, I guess. Yeah, we were 1 point in 2000. Yeah,
Assets on Fab. That's fair. Fab, you get a lot of crap.
I don't know how many I got, but let me tell you, it's every time there's something free, I just collect it.
Just keep doing it. Infinite stuff. I don't even know when I have a lot. I need to check a lot. A number. I'm sure there's a way to check. My brain's off to now at this point. I don't know. Stuff. Actually, all products, 1,000. There you go. It's right here. Yeah, I got 1,000. There's a bunch of free stuff you could add if you really want to pump them numbers, but yeah. Then I gotta search through it. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that at all. Nah. Okay. Anyway. People don't know, like, you know, especially people on YouTube right now, games called Poppet Quest. If you like what you saw, follow, subscribe, join the Discord, or don't, you know. And thanks for watching. Same. I'll be back tomorrow night around the same time. You got free stuff you might use? That's fair. 80% of my game was free stuff. Your stuff will get you real far, especially if you're creative with it. Yeah. Anyway, I will catch everyone later. If anyone gets bored and wants to go hang out and chat in the Discord, I might still be awake for a while, but not for much longer. Probably I'm gonna go pass out. I got up super early and I gotta get up earlier to deal with my car. It's currently at the mechanic, and they're gonna be like, "You gotta come get it." That's not gonna go over well because I'll be like, So, all right. Have fun, everyone. Catch you later, Shrill. Catch you later, Zero. Catch you later, everyone else.